actually setting the stream info. Right, I think it's set now, though. Okay, so we'll carry on from... When was the last streaming about this? Last Wednesday, I think, wasn't it? Yes. So, I can't even remember where we got to on last Wednesday because we've had a weekend in between. But either way, the state that we're in now is that a while ago we were fighting to get this under 4 meg, which we did manage. But we're now in the very exciting position of very nearly being able to fit into 2 meg, which I didn't think we were going to manage. So that's pretty cool. I say very nearly because due to that ongoing slightly odd thing with the memory on DOS where the GPMI reports that we've got X amount of memory free, but then when we say, can I please alloc X, it goes no. Because of that, we aren't quite managing to fit in 2 meg, though we should be able to. So like a 2 meg machine claims to be able to give us about 980k. The game is currently 920k. So we should be able to fit, but we can't, because seemingly the DPMI is using more than 60k for something else. Don't know what, can't really control it. So that's annoying. But as it is, we must be very close, I would assume. So yeah, we'll see if we can get that down a little bit further today. But otherwise, the main thing I've been doing since is actually going through I fixed up the title screen movie so that doesn't cause screen tearing anymore. And then I'm in the process of making this front end not use the back buffer so that it's a lot more responsive on the low end as well. Which, yeah, has required some fiddling, but it's mostly there. I've just got this little to-do to get through to finish it off. So that's what we're going to start with. So yeah, we currently render the entire menu at once. That's our only option, where if we bring it up on the screen. Is that on the stream? Yes, it is. Actually run the game here, which I'm going to very quickly mute. I think this is up to date. There we go. Oh yeah, and we've got a new title as well. I forgot about that. A new title graphic, I mean. So there we go. So this is the new front end. You can see I can move that around. Ignore the slight flickering there. That's actually the same thing. Every time I press a key now, where previously it was constantly redrawing the whole screen, it's now not doing that. It's only redrawing the screen when we press a key. But it's redrawing, I think the state I left it in, it's just redrawing this menu text. But it's redrawing all of it, which is surprisingly expensive on a 386, primarily because of the shadow. Because the shadow means you're actually drawing twice as much text. There are ways that we could optimize that, but meh. I think what I'd rather do, because we've also, with this method, we've also lost the animation. So what used to happen was there was a sort of a line, like a horizontal line that went through the text that would sort of go down, almost looking like a, what do you call it, like an old sort of VDU effect. And that used to animate its way through the highlighted item in the menu. But because we're no longer constantly drawing the menu, it no longer does. So you occasionally see it. There you go. There's a line at the top there in the N and the G, because it's still trying to animate. It's just that it's never drawing it. So what I want to do is have it so that it just redraws, in this case, new game. It should be redrawing that every frame. We should be able to afford that, because that way we get that animation back, and it just looks a bit less static. Okay. Back to the code. So, right now, our draw content will be doing it now. And here we are drawing the menu, got some joystick calibration stuff we can ignore. Okay, and then that's the important bit. We're just calling menu draw and giving it an entire menu to draw. So, it might be the easiest way of dealing with this is to just say menu draw and then actually have a parameter specifying which particular item you want to draw. That might be the nicest way of doing it. Where's menu gone? There it is. Menu draw. Already there. Okay. What does this guy do? Starts at POS. Works its way down the options, ignoring anything that's disabled according to the context. No, I don't want to change the context. Like, we're only ever going to want to draw... No, we're not. I was going to say we're only ever going to want to draw the highlighted one, but we're not. We're going to want to draw the one that we've just moved the highlight off as well. Okay, so leave that. Draw. Do we ever actually leave that default parameter intact? I bet we don't. Draw. No, we always pass in a menu style. No, it doesn't really need to be default parameter then. We want to say, on top of that, we want to say only draw item number 3 or whatever, which I guess would be a default value because if it's -1 it means all of them. Okay, so it's an int then. Now then, are we making sure that we're still advancing on the Y? Where does that happen? There it is. So we just want to do none of that, but we still want to do that. So it's going to individual. So we want to draw it if we draw item equal to -1, or it's equal to right. Seems straightforward enough. So let's just rebuild that to make sure we haven't broken anything. Loudness. I'm also showing the wrong thing on the screen. Turn that volume off. Fix up OBS. DOSBox. There it is. Boink. There we go. That's working much the same as it was, but okay, yeah, it's fine. Just thinking about. We probably want to. Another thing we probably want to do here is, because this is now happening in draw content, which is called in update. So essentially, in response to a key press, we are redrawing parts of the screen, which is dangerous because we don't know when the vertical sync is going to happen. So before we even start thinking about just drawing particular bits of the menu, we should See why we're calling this. Not you. You're just in it. Yeah, we're doing it in various places. Including background and content, but I don't imagine we're always doing draw background. Are we? Yeah, we're not. It's moderately peeling. What does draw background actually do? Is it as obvious as it sounds? Yes, it is. Okay, that's going to be quite expensive. If we do that close to a vertical sync, that's definitely going to flicker, because we're drawing a full screen image there, and then some text on top of it. Which means what I was going to do for the content is I was going to say, wait for the VSync before you do any of this, but because we're also drawing a background potentially before it, we'd have to wait for the VSync here as well. This guy doesn't know if we've already waited for the VSync, so we'd end up doing it twice. So I think what we should probably do, we should say include background. And then we should chuck that in here. No, in fact, we don't need to copy paste it, we just draw a background. And then everywhere that we're calling draw content, you don't need to do it. We can take that one out. We can say true. Take that one out. Say true. And that one, because I think this is the common case, at least currently. There we go, there's one that isn't doing it. Bunch of these. True. Oops. I know what I just pressed. Oh, I opened that by accident. Hello there, Cat Peasant. Welcome in. See you come in. How you doing? Recovering from eye surgery, so Cat Peasant be lurking. Oh, good luck with that. I had my eyes lasered a few years ago, so I can certainly remember. At least, I mean, that's a fairly quick operation, but it still, yeah, required a great deal of lying around, I remember. True. This is one of those changes that I'm slightly puzzled why I didn't do it this way in the first place, but things often seem that way in hindsight. Okay. So now that we've got that happening in the content, we can say, and that ought to reduce the flickering. If it compiles. Too few arguments, really? 411. 411. Oh, this one. Okay. That window's flickering on the stream. It's not flickering on the desktop. If I resize it, will it stop flickering? No, still flickering. Oh well, it's only the header, it's not too bad. Right, that's sort of half working. Right, actually I should test this EN86 box because that's slower and more accurate. Take the CD out, put the CD back in again. Update the XC, don't need to update the resources. I have muted this, haven't I? Okay, and if we move up now, that's still flickering. Not a fan. I wonder if it is just taking longer than a VSync. I mean, in which case, doing what I was going to do a minute ago will make that a lot better anyways. It'll probably solve the problem, but I don't know. It's peeving me slightly. Moderately peeving. Fine. Okay, so what we want to do then, we don't want to, in fact it's not increase, is it? Is it move cursor? God, it's that long ago since I wrote this code. I assume we get told move cursor when the player moves up and down in the menu. Yes. Okay. We don't know what the previous highlight was. I guess we can track that ourselves. Was it int? I think it was int. New index, which is an unsigned char. Very neat of me. Unsigned char. Okay. Now that's from the context, right? Yes, context highlighted choice. And the context is menu context. Okay. And then yoink. Grab a bit of that. In fact, it's still const. Can't get my mouse in the right place today, right? And then when we say change, which is down here somewhere, there it is. When happens new highlight. Here's the highlighted choice. So now we want to redraw both of those bits of text rather than the entire thing. What does that look like? Draw content. That's gone weird. There we go. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, actually, can we just say redraw content and just tell it which menu items? That seems a bit nicer. Or we could just put all of this information into the menu context and have the menu be intelligent enough to realize that it only needs to redraw 2 items. That would probably be less horrible code. Okay, let's try that. Where is menu context? There it is. Added choice. Unsigned. I don't really want it to be unsigned because I want to say, no, it's going to be 0 by default. It's not. Previous choice equals also 0. Oh, you, at the point that we do that. Context previous highlighted choice. Context highlighted choice. Okay, fine. In which case, this guy no longer cares. Whatever, mate. That's not the right line. Yikes. That one, and then when we move, we don't actually care. Never mind, never mind. Okay. So then the menu itself, when we ask it to draw, which is here, that in fact would invert. and it would become a flag to force the entire menu. And where would we track that information in the front end? I guess we do it. Well, it's any time we enter a menu. So, yeah, we're essentially doing it there. So again, we could just pass a flag in there. Okay, that's kind of grisly, because then we end up with draw false true, which is a bit opaque, but we'll deal with that in a minute. Okay. All right, I don't hate that. If we're drawing everything, or context, it is called context, yes, previous highlight. That's I or context. Choice equals that. So we're drawing everything, or it's one of the two things that we've just moved, and we redraw it. Okay. Hello there, Beam. Welcome in. How are you doing? Wazar indeed. Wow. Extremely minor task switch of looking at the other screen, and now I've completely forgotten what I was doing. Oh yes, forced draw. Okay, good. So the menu's going to take care of that, unless we tell it you definitely need to draw everything, in which case, I really hate having a function that has false true as its parameters, but it'll do at least temporarily. I'm good. Got an ominous text from my GP, but called up. It's just for a routine checkup. I've used up the next month of anxiety. Yeah, that's no fun. I was wittering on social media yesterday about how it's not really anxiety, but it's interesting how these things change in time. That I was thinking about how when we first got on the internet when I was a kid, and we were on Demon Internet, and it was, and this is even before we got web browsers. I remember getting Mosaic later on, but at that time it was this process of going to check your email, and it was terribly exciting when you got one, is the point. You got an email and you would go, gasp, who can it be from? Where can it be from? Because it could be from anywhere in the world. It's so exciting. And yeah, and I was contrasting that with today. My phone buzzes to tell me I've got an email now. My immediate thought is, oh God, what's this going to be? And I normally have deleted it before I've read any of it. It's funny how emails have taken on a very different significance. Usually someone you wanted to hear from. Yeah, that was it. It was always exciting. It's funny, it got me all nostalgic for that period and thinking about I can remember when we first got Mosaic, and you could do the World Wide Web. And I remember my dad showing our next door neighbour, who was a carpenter. I remember him showing him and saying, and that web page, all those pictures, they're coming from America. And the neighbour went, from America? It must be faster than the speed of light. It's kind of adorable. Yeah. Dear sir or madam, I am a spam email. Welcome to reviewing your spam box. Yes, indeed. Because that was the other thing. I mean, I guess that's the other thing that's changed with email is because you got one every so often, you generally had I mean, you didn't really have the concept of an inbox, I don't think. Not really. Not in the sense that, you know, cloud-based services would turn it into later. But like, if you did have an inbox, it might have 4 emails in it, and all 4 of them would be vitally important in some way. Whereas now, I wouldn't even like to hazard a guess how many emails are in my inbox that have sat there for multiple years. Anyway, I miss it all being smaller and scrappier. Yes, indeed. I can't remember the name of the program that we used to check email, but of course it was all DOS in those days. It was all, you know, before we got into Windows 95 and got, I assume it must have been Windows 95 that we got Mosaic on. Yeah, I can't really remember the process of even connecting to the internet in Windows 3.1, so I don't remember. Although, now I'm thinking about it, I think Windows 95... Did Windows 95 actually have TCP/IP stack built into it? I think it did. In which case, using WinSock and all that other nonsense, maybe that was Windows 3.1. We didn't get internet at home until 95 or 98. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I think we had it with 3.1 then. I remember there being a tremendously fiddly multi-stage process to get onto the internet. I remember it being easier in DOS, interestingly. But I guess that's because in DOS we had KA9Q, which did it all for us. But anyway, I'm supposed to be writing again. Just talking nonsense about the good old days. My dad had a modem on his machine and occasionally showed me BBSs. Yeah. I had a funny thing like quite a few months ago now. There's I don't know if you know Steve Streeting. He's the guy that made he made SourceTree, you know, the Git client, before it got bought and turned into shit. But he also made the Ogre game engine a while ago, quite a long time ago. But he mentioned ages ago on social media, he was talking about BBSs and saying there was a BBS that he could have sworn was in Scotland that he used to get like ray traced pictures from. And I knew immediately what he meant. And I was like, oh, you mean the Raytech BBS in Dundee? He was like, Raytech, yes, that was the one. It was like, there can't have been that many BBSs to begin with, but BBSs that were big into 3D graphics at that point. Be surprised if there was more than 5. But anyway. And there'd be some amazing new picture of shiny balls like we used to do in those days. And you'd go, oh, I'll download that. It's only, oh, it's a meg. Okay, I'll probably leave it on for a couple of hours now. Anyway, enough reminiscences. It's a difficult word. I think I used Ogre for my master's project. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I used Ogre. I never made anything commercial with it, but I did a lot of sort of hobby projects with Ogre. The main one I can remember, I was thinking about this the other day for some reason. I remember trying to make, it was essentially, you know, like The Incredible Machine and similar games, like Sid and El's Incredible Toons was the later one by Dynamics. And then many, many years later, there was essentially an iPhone version. I can't remember what that one was called. Casey's Contraptions, it was called, which was pretty popular on iPhone. Anyway, I remember years and years ago using Ogre to try and make a 3D version of The Incredible Machine. But rather foolishly, I thought that I can't remember what physics system. I think it might have been Bullet Physics Ogre used. And I just foolishly thought that I could just switch Bullet on and it would just work. And of course it doesn't at all. It needs quite a lot of help to be able to do that kind of intricate stuff, or at least it did then. I don't know how much better it would do now. But anyway. It was cool though, Ogre. It's still going. Steve long since stopped working with it, or working on it, excuse me. It was handed over to other people a while ago. but certainly still exists. I think off the top of my head, I think its biggest success would have been oh crikey, what was the Nintendo one? Splatoon. Because I believe Splatoon didn't use Ogre, but it was based on another game whose name escapes me, which was built with Ogre. I'm pretty sure the Nintendo kind of bought the rights to that. I don't think I'm making that up. I mean, otherwise they ripped it off massively. But anyway. Right, what am I in the middle of? I'm going to redraw the entire menu if we're told to, and we should be told to there. I hate that. I absolutely hate that. What flags are we passing in here? Include the background, forced roll. I'm going to make those bit flags because one of my pet peeves is code that looks like that, where you've got these obtuse arguments and you've got no idea what they mean. You have to look up the prototype of the function to find out. Right. Okay. Moderately overkill, but it'll make me feel better. Oh, now, I can never remember what bit flags look like, but I've done them already somewhere. Where have I done bit flags already? I feel like world is probably a place for bit flags. Could be wrong. Okay. The thing is, in any other code base, I could just look for a shift left, because it's the most common use of a shift left in modern code would be for bit flags. But unfortunately, this is a DOS game, and so most of the rendering is shift lefts. Give it a look. How often do I shift left by 1? Ah, no, that's a load of standard library code. Don't search through that. Oh god, maybe I don't have a bit flag Xenon. I thought I did. Well, anyway. See, this is where Objective-C wins. It has names for all args. Yes, indeed. You know, and equally, I think a lot of modern coders would also go, it's fine, the IDE will tell me anyway. But, yeah, this isn't an IDE. This is TextMate. What's today's task? Today's task is the same thing that it always is, which is if I actually specify what the tasks are, which I did at the beginning of the stream, then it'll just end up being not true anyway, because I'll just end up tangenting off and doing something else. But in theory, we're doing that, which is not meant to take that long, and then we're going to look at some other stuff. So broadly, we're continuing performance-related stuff. The front end and the dialogue, you might remember I was rewriting the dialogue scene so that it doesn't use the back buffer, so that it runs a lot faster on the 386. And I finished that off at the weekend. That's all very nice now, but I'm now doing the same thing with the front end, all the menus, because yeah, that whole screen was unpleasantly slow. So yes, and what that means right now is, because what that means in terms of the code is, if you're using a back buffer, then it makes the code really simple, because you've just got an update function and a draw function, and the draw function is just drawing the screen every frame. If you aren't using a back buffer deliberately to reduce the amount of drawing that you're doing, then the update and the draw sort of fold into the same function, because nothing happens on the screen until you move the cursor or you do something. Some event will cause it to redraw part of the screen. And so yes, that's what I'm doing right now, is helping the menu code to understand when it doesn't need to redraw the entire menu, but just the thing that was previously selected and the thing that is now selected. That's the idea anyway. But I've been sidetracked by the fact that I don't like these bullets. So I should be able to get rid of those. Oh, I'm sure I can remember how to write a bit flag enum. My brain automatically wants to start this enum name with a capital E. You can tell I've been doing Unreal yesterday. Right. Draw content flags. And that should be none. Actually, if this is an enum, oh, it's fine. We'll do this, and we'll see where we get to. Equals 1 shoved left by nothing. And force draw all is 1 shoved left by 1. That's it. Okay. Is this C or C++? It's a C++ compiler, and I do have some very small amounts of C++. So it's a sort of modern C, I guess you would call it. So like, excuse me. I'm trying to think of an example off the top of my head. I think so we've got that looks like a class. It's not. That's just a namespace. So I'm using namespaces all over the place to keep things neat, and obviously they didn't exist in C. And so the intention was always to just do everything just plain C, because many moons ago, at the start of my career, I worked on games for things like the Nintendo DS and other systems with really small amounts of memory. And so I'm sort of a little bit sensitive to how much memory C++ can use if it's not kept rather rigorously in check. So I haven't used a great deal of C++. The one place where I have done it is there's a single class. The actual game state itself is polymorphic. And then, yeah, as discussed on previous streams, I have used a template function, which is probably my biggest regret, because the template function took the compile time from about 2 seconds to about 20 seconds. And so, yeah, I might get rid of that at some point. But yeah, it's a whole other thing. Right, draw content flags, and that's now going to go in here. Now, where this might get upset is because obviously I'm going to start ORing those together, and a modern C++ compiler is not going to like that. So we will find out. Flags. Include background, not anymore. Yes, flags. And raw content flags include background. And something, well, at least down force draw all, which is way down here. Bonk. Force draw all. And you see, naively, I think that's going to be fine. Let's find out. Build. I also tend to do things like that, as most of my C++ comes from algorithmic problem-solving contests. That sounds fun. Okay, that has died 5 ways. Back to the top. That's a lot of errors. Oh, okay, it's something unrelated to... Oh, for Pete's sake, that'll teach me to do struct initialization like that, won't it? Okay. That's because I've gone and added a new parameter. Herm. I mean, I'm tempted, really, because that 0 is slightly obnoxious. I'm tempted to just move both of those after the current menu, because that's the only important bit. Which means I still need to take that out. Where was it? Game 48. Oh, I've got these all over the place, haven't I? Okay, fine. Get that away. Now, where else are we using those? Everywhere. Everywhere. Oh, God. Oh, I'm such a terrible person. I mean, it's not that bad, but it's causing a problem now. I don't want to have to make a constructor / construction function for that. Null pointer option enabled. You see, if there's a null pointer involved, that should be moved up as well. Fine, I'm putting them back where they were. We're just going to add some values. I'll just have to put up with it. Right, game. You can go back in again. You've now got a friend. Lovely. That's that one fixed. First is that one. Hello? That one. There we go. Another 0 in there. The find dialog is closed. Thanks very much. That is the same line. Oh, because it features the word menu context twice. You. Fine. Do what? Oh, okay. Text it's showing me in the find window's out of date. That's fine. You're going to need another one. This is really grisly, actually. I really hate these. Okay, fine. We'll put up with it for now. Blah, 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 blah. There's another one. Oh, good. Oh, good, spam. Go away, spam. Thank you. Right then, that should be happy again. Get rid of that one. Let's rebuild. See where we're up to. Still to, okay, we're getting into the flags territory now. Whee! Okay. I think I might do the cheap version and just make that not an enum anymore. That might make things a bit simpler. Yeah, solid. Do I really not have? I feel like I have used a bit flag enum somewhere in this code base. I could have sworn I had. None of those are. There's an awful lot of enums, but none of them appear to be bit flags. Okay. No hang about. There's an image load flags. I didn't realise. I actually had operator overloads for that. Gosh, that was very C++y of me. Alright, fine. I guess we'll do that then. Image CPP. There we are. Static casts ahoy. Let's get rid of that. Turn off the screen. Justifying, be done with it. Yes, no, I was tempted to then. Not a good C++ programmer. I'm not sure that being a good C++ programmer is a positive thing, to be quite honest. I've used C++ my whole life, and you know that's not about to change in any significant way. But modern C++ especially has about 15 years worth of too much crap in it at this point. Like, there's just so much crap in modern C++. It's unbelievable. You know, the one I always like to point out, though, it didn't actually get beyond the proposal stage at the C++ Standards Committee, so I guess that means the system works. But the fact that somebody proposed it, I find fascinating, is that a couple of years ago somebody proposed that C++ should include essentially a 2D rendering library in the language. And that did get past a couple of committee stages before being rejected. But that's the level that C++ is at, where people are just throwing every kitchen sink they can find into the language, and it's just silly. It's like it doesn't need any of this stuff. C++ compilers are already horribly complicated, you know, and so very slow as a result. The insane template stuff attracts a special type of psychopath. Yes, it does. It absolutely does. I mean, a long time ago, I sort of felt like I decided, because most of my life I've done, I'd probably call it closer to C with objects than C++. And so a few years ago, I don't remember when, I think pre-COVID, so it's quite a few years ago, I decided, okay, I should probably brush up, you know, see what proper modern C++ would look like for some simple self-contained task. And I wrote just a little debug logging system that essentially it was a printf, but redirected to a file, but it was also, the entire thing was written using templates. So, you know, on paper, that's this kind of terribly impressive thing, because it means every single printf line that you put into your code is actually resolved at compile time. You know, it actually becomes, it's a single string essentially before it's even printed at runtime, which should be impressive. But the template metaprogramming BS that I had to write to make that work was unbelievably baroque, and completely undebuggable. You know, that's sort of the other side of it. And it's just, I could rant about this at length, so I'll keep it short, but it's just not a sensible solution to that problem. You know, there's lots of other languages that have emerged in the last few years that try and, you know, allow you to have that conversation with the compiler to get the compiler to run code at compile time, and they do it in a much more sensible way than via template metaprogramming, which is kind of an accident. You know, like I'm thinking like a language I've got my eye on and have done for a while, but it's still a little bit too much in flux for me to use seriously is I've completely forgotten the name of it. That's cool. What's it called? Okay, good. That was a good sentence. Can't remember what it's called. But there's a language that actually allows you to it's sort of roughly comparable with C in terms of its feature set, but it allows you to just mark a section of code as being, I want you to run this at compile time, which is a much more sensible approach. Anyway. Zig, well done. It's Zig. I'm similar. I use C with C++ niceties like auto, yeah. Value types, operators, namespaces, new standard lib stuff like threads is nice, yeah. Yeah, I always think you're onto. There are some little bits like that that are really good, and if they hadn't screwed up modules would have been really good as well. But yeah, there are so many things. Like sometimes it's such a common thing when you're writing C++ that you go, oh, how would I do that? There's probably some sort of standard lib way of doing that, and you go off and you Google and you find inevitably a Stack Overflow post that says, oh yeah, just use Boost. Absolutely not. I am not using Boost for anything. Boost is possibly my poster child of terrible code. Like, it's just such a horribly over-engineered library, Boost. And I've always, like, this is not a serious complaint. This is just a daft thing. But, like, I have often thought that the people that write Boost and the C++ standard library, I often refer to them as big underscore, because they're just obsessed with underscores. Like all C++ standard library code always looks like thing, other thing, subthing, colon, do the thing, and then it'll be a template, param 1, param 2, and it'll be something trivial, but it's that long. And that's literally the reason auto got invented, because nobody could be bothered writing these ridiculously long lines of code in the standard library anymore. Anyway, I'm ranting now. Calm down, calm down. I did the Zig project last year. It was a good time. Comp time's very elegant. Yeah, I think the mistake I made with Zig was I kind of thought, okay, I'll try and use it for something serious. And the mistake I made was I just used it as a build system. And by far the part of Zig that is under the most flux is its build system. And so, yeah, that wasn't a lot of fun. But yeah, I don't know where it's up to now. I'll have to give it a go for something at some point. Anyway, what was it doing? Operator overloads for this. Also, I don't think I need to say that it's based on a char. Let's see if it's happy compiling that. Window flickering is really annoying me. It isn't happening on my desktop, it's only happening on the OBS stream. Anyway, right. Oh, we've still got a... No, oh, I haven't updated the code. Silly me. False, true. Now you see, I can't remember what order they were in. So what is false and true? False was include background, force draw all is true. So we just want force draw all. I've forgotten the name of the enum. Excellent. Draw content flags, force draw all. All content flags, force draw all. Marvelous. Where else do we call this? Way down here, and that was draw background. So I guess we're just going to have to put that in. Draw content flags into background. There we go. That's much more obvious what that function does now. Oh. None, in fact. That one. Oops. No. Was that? Oh, it wasn't true. Okay. You and you and you and you and you and you. You and you and you and you. Oh, fun times. I'm gonna miss one. You know I'm gonna miss one. I missed one earlier. Probably find that. If this works, I'm having a biscuit. Well, it compiled. Right. Do I want to just run that? I mean, we could see what's broken, because I'm sure I've forgotten something. Update DOSBox. I mean, OBS. Here we go. Where's the window gone? There it is. Oh, the flick. What's a slack flicker in DOSBox X? Oh, hello, that's not right. It works when... Oh. I know what I've forgotten. In the menu, we are in the update. Key up. Where's key down? Ugh. Didn't update that one, did I? Didn't update that one. I mean, other way around. You need to be there. Okay, that should fix that. Let's rebuild it, and then I'm going to test it in 86box, where the flickering is much more pronounced, to make sure that's now fixed. Xbox, CD out, CD in. Update. Well, I think you can still see a little bit of a flicker on that, which is interesting because it's supposed to be waiting for the VSync. Yeah. Am I imagining things? No, I'm not. It's definitely there. I mean, it's much more contained now that it's just doing those 2 lines. But it's still irritating. Is that really taking longer than a VSync to draw that text? I think it's time to actually time that, because I just don't quite believe it. Begin. In your own time. Okay. Oh, because I've put new lines in by accident. Whoops. Oh well. So that is taken. I think, and sometimes it's, yeah, those numbers are a bit all over the map, really. But at its best, that's 12 milliseconds, which is not ideal, but I mean, it's still within 30 frames a second. Oh, but the screen's updating at 60. Sorry, silly me. Okay, so yeah, 12, 14, that is getting a little bit close to 16. See, this is why I turned the shadows off on the low end, so that essentially we're only drawing half as much text. Is there a cleverer way that we can do that? I don't think there is. Yes, there is. In as much as if we draw the text twice, we are looking up where each character is twice. That's not going to be that expensive. But if we drew the text, if we drew the character with a shadow at the same time, we wouldn't have to pay that cost. Interesting. At the moment it's is it draw string trans? I assume it must be. Yes. Oh, that's the shadow, right? Yeah. I'm calling it twice. And so draw string trans color, which is away down here. Oh, that's quite funny. I mean, really, the most expensive part by far is going to be drawing it, well, as it says in the function, drawing it transparently or with a transparent background and clipping against the edge of the screen. That really doesn't seem to me to be that expensive. We don't need to redraw the shadows. We don't need to redraw the shadows at all, in fact, because they're always going to look the same. If you've got a shadow offset and shadow colors set, then draw the shadowed version. Only, I think only if we've done a forced draw all. I think that's right. Let's give that a go. Back to here. Well, it looks a lot more solid to me, which is good. Okay. All right. Let's check that in then for now. Source control lens. Oh, I need to take those. Oh, actually, that's still interesting. What does the timing say now? Yeah, half the time. 7 milliseconds instead of 14. Yeah, it's not going anywhere near the 16 level. Right. Log time is back here somewhere. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Back to source control, right. Yep. Fine. It's all fine. Tell you what I haven't tested. I didn't test the submenus. Okay. Front end. Right, yes, let's do some submenus just to make sure. Also, what happens if we skip this intro now? Does it still work? Skip. Yes, fine. All right. So that's all fine. Going options. Well, that isn't fine. Also, we don't have no shadows enabled there. Because that hasn't done a draw all, force draw all, which it needs to when we change menu. So that means when we go back, it will do the same thing. Yeah. No shadow. Okay, so we need to do a draw content, force draw all every time we change menu, which we should have. Yeah, that's fine. Is it menu action back? Back to previous menu. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so that's everything. You need to do flags. Let's draw. Anywhere else? It's when you go into a menu as well, come to think of it. So that needs to happen. Well, it's here, isn't it? Okay, it's all of these. Move to options. Fine, fine, fine. You redraw everything. That's going to go, so that doesn't matter. That has gone, so that doesn't matter. Graphics, accessibility, redefine keys. No, I think you're going to need to redraw the whole screen. So can you. And so can you. And so can you. That's fine. That's. Force draw doesn't really matter because there's no menu at that point. I think that's probably fine. Reset. Oh, that's the options. You can. You're not redrawing anything. I feel like you should probably redraw everything. Okay. Back to here. Clunk, 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 clunk. That was a bit flickering. I'll allow it. Okay. Well, that's not right. Oh, but that's the line. Yeah, okay. I don't know what that is. I'm going to deal with that in a second. I need to send. Back out again. Back out again. Okay. It's not perfect. It's probably fine. Would it actually make that much difference if we did put those in a lockup table? I mean, it's a shift right, a subtraction, and a shift left. Well, plus 2 more shifts per character. I don't know, I'm struggling to care about that. But what I did want to do, that is not quite finished because we aren't animating. So we want to do is we want to say in draw, we actually want to do something now. We want to say, do we just want to say draw content? Is that safe enough? Because that's going to apply to things other than just the menu if we do that. So yeah, no, I don't want to do that. Only if we're in the menu. Already forgotten what that enum was called. FE state. Nope, got the actual enum. FE state menu. If we're in the menu, redraw the current item. We'll need a parameter. Okay, the animation is going to look quite bad because the colors haven't been set right yet, but eject back in again. Update. That looks weird. Why is it resetting back to the top? What controls that? Come to think of it. Menu. It's based on G-frame. Can't immediately see why that doesn't work. Oh, because it's not changed. So actually, why is it rendering anything at all? No, no, that's not right. It is going to be white. Why, it's Foolery there. Hello, welcome in. How you doing? What an adorable cat that is. Oh, that must be your cat, is it? Dax. Cute. Try and collect as many cat emotes as possible. He's atrocious. Yes, that sounds like an accurate description of a cat. Yes. I love him to bits. He's atrocious. Oh, things are all right. Yeah. So we're currently having fun. Well, I'm making the quote-unquote registered version of Space Cats, which is going to have lots of new levels and new mechanics and things. But right now, we're in the process of... I suppose I'm still really just tidying up all of the things that I didn't like about the Jam version. Like getting its memory usage down and getting its performance up on the lower end in various places. Yeah, that's what we're doing at the moment. It's all fun. But right now, I'm trying to figure out why. See that animation there? That line's supposed to be going down, like rolling down the text, and for some reason it's stopping and going back to the top there. I have no idea why. It's really strange. Because it's supposed to be based on... Unless that highlight colour is just incorrect. Which it might be. Highlight colour, there it is. No, that doesn't look radically wrong to me. It should still roll fine. Why is that not working? So it is the current highlighted choice. So you're going to do that. You're not going to redraw the shadow. You are going to redraw that using the highlight, which should be updating every frame. Bizarre. Look. I mean, this must be something to do with me rendering it in a different way, but that's not going to affect the frame time. Or the frame count, excuse me. Must be something. Yeah, if it was continuing at that speed. That actually is rolling, I think. Oh, hang on, there's also, is there a white line in there that's kind of hard to see? Yeah, I can see it much more easily on the OBS feed. Okay, so it's just the numbers are wrong now. Okay, that's fine. That's fine, that's fine. What numbers have I got? These crazy numbers. Mostly 250, but occasionally 2, 3, 4. That's it. Okay, and what colours are they? Where's A sprite gone? There it is. Oh, that's the wrong image. Open video, final frame. There we go. Okay. Oh, that's not the stream. A sprite, clunk. So, what numbers did that say again? Mostly 250, which is that guy. That makes sense. But also 252, 3, and 4. 2, 3, and 4. I mean, it could possibly appear as white. I'll go with deliberately purple colours just so that I can see them more obviously. That is 172. Okay. Back to the code. I am going to do that and then just put another one of those in there. I've already forgotten what number that was. 172. Let's just put a 172 there and then say everybody else is 250. In fact, let's put a bunch of them in. Right, so there should be a great big purple stripe on the text when we rebuild. Hee-ho. There we go, and then back to, oops, I've left that running. And take the CD out. Wink, wink, wink. CD back in and update. That's still behaving weirdly. Why is that resetting? I don't understand what's going on here at all. Very strange. Look at that again. just uses that value. Nothing else interesting in there. Nope. Unless Gframe is resetting, which it absolutely can't be doing. That would be mad. But it is, I suppose, possible. So I suppose I should probably check. I neglected to eat a biscuit earlier. Well, okay. Delayed reward. That's the phrase I'm looking for. Delayed reward. We will fix this first, and then I will have a biscuit. Because I'm having the biscuit. Load that up again. Take that again. Delete the log. Run the game. Bizarre. Okay, good there. What does log say? Well, that looks fine. So it's not that. What is it then? No. I'm struggling to even come up with possible explanations for this. It's not even a constant as well. Wow, you can tell this is jam code. Okay, and that comes from the style to color highlight. And it's not like that's going to be changed outside this code. Because if it was, it would end up corrupting memory. Surely. That's where we set it. And I can't imagine we do anything with it anywhere else. No. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yes, there are 32 elements. Okay. New plan. Very right. Oh, hang on. No, that's not a value, is it? That's the point. Yes. So, and you, because I think Gframe is on the side. Back to there. Put that again. Those numbers look about fine to me. Starting at index 8, we end up at index 0. Oh, I see. Now on. So this is actually working fine. It's just that I'm an idiot. Right, okay, good. Why is it always that? Seems like it's going forward. Hello there, Wikar. Welcome in. Do you know what the funniest thing, Wikar? Because I first came across your username in Sphinxy's stream, I always go to pronounce it with Sphinxy's accent. I always want to call you Wikar. Like, no, that's not my accent. I don't need to pronounce it like that. But anyway, yeah, well, we're having fun anyway. Mostly fun and bug fixing. What am I doing? Right, so yeah, because we're moving backwards through that. Wait a minute. Yes, that is right. Oh, my brain hurts. Right, what I need to do is I need to look at the earlier versions of this code. Because I feel like I've missed something there. Is it as simple as if I just take these and put them here? And we go back to there. No, don't we rebuild? No worry there, Sphinxy does some sort of silly pronunciation following what the Amiga Live TTS says it like. Ah, interesting. Is that where he gets it from? Yes, if it's any consolation, there's several people that I first encountered in Sphinxy's channel, and I do the same thing with all of them. I'm like, duh. No, wait a minute. I don't need to pronounce it like that. Right, back to there. Take the CD out, put the CD back in again. Oh, take that again. Hee-ho. Here he says fruit. Yes, bless. That's worse. What is this code even doing? This is absolutely like typical jam code. It's something that I've written in a hurry that I didn't fully understand, and now I'm trying to change it in a very minor way, and it's screwing up horribly. What have I forgotten here? It's a feature. It's ombre. It's French. Yes, you wouldn't understand why it animates like this. It's deliberate. Right. That is baffling. What are the numbers that it's using? Oh, hello. Now my cat's woken up. Oh, yes, of course, because it's 40 minutes before lunchtime. I know it's lunchtime in 40 minutes. It's not lunchtime yet. Don't switch my Linux computer on, please. Meow to you too. You have to wait 40 minutes, don't you? Yes, you do. Good girl. Right. So what is this doing? We're starting at 8. We work backwards up to 0. So if we started at, excuse me, 8. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I believe the text is 16 pixels high, which is why we're doing this slightly silly thing with 32 values. Brilliant. Thanks. There's the Linux machine turned on. Thanks, Kat. You like turning that on, don't you? I'm going to need to put more cardboard over power buttons in here. My main PC has cardboard all over it to prevent Dora turning it on and off. But I recently repurposed an old machine as a media server, and that is not similarly guarded. And so she climbs all over that and then turns it on. Anyway, daft cat. So I should check that assumption that I can't imagine that font is bigger than I think it is, but let's just check. It's called font 16, so that's a good sign. Where's a sprite? It seems reasonable to assume that something called font 16 is going to be 16 pixels high. Where's the corner? There it is. That is, yeah, it's about 16 pixels. Okay, fine. Back to the code. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or rather that one. If we started at 8 and took 16 pixels, we'd get just green. And then we would move slowly back up here until we get to 0, which would bring in the purple stripe at the top. Then at that point, we jump to 15, which is there. And so that should draw all green except for the purple stripe at the bottom. Well, it didn't seem to do that. Or if it did for about one frame, and then it went weird. But those numbers look like they're doing the right thing to me. I would have disabled it and put a loose button somewhere in its place. Yes. I saw somebody posted a picture on social media a little while ago of like somebody was making tiny little like cat-sized laptop toys. And they were saying, there we go, that's so she'll leave me alone. I give her own laptop. I thought that was pretty adorable. I'd definitely get one of those. I don't know if it would work. Meow to you too. It's only 12. It's half an hour till lunchtime. Good girl. To be fair, I suspect I could probably quite easily distract Dora by putting an A4 sheet of paper on the floor. That seems to work a treat on her most of the time. Anyway. Let's see what that looks like again. Are there better numbers that I could put in here that would help us identify what's going on? I'm just staring at it now. It's so strange, because that isn't anywhere near doing a full scroll, but the numbers say that it is doing a full scroll. What can possibly account for that bizarre behaviour? Quit. Back to here again. What if, I don't know if this is going to help, but I'm going to try it. If we just made a hideous pattern. Just because if we make a hideous pattern that covers the entire size, we would at least see all of the pixels being drawn using the colours specified here. Because I'm not entirely convinced that's happening yet. Build that again. Would find a cardboard box and place it in the middle of the room. Seems to work on many cats. Yes, that's probably true. She does have a cardboard box. I mean, my friends often joke about the fact that my flat where I live is more suitable for cat life than it is for human life, because I'm looking behind me at the lounge floor right now, and yeah, 2/3 of this room is cat toys, including a cardboard box in the middle of the floor, and a lot of brown paper that she likes to tear to shreds regularly. Right, get rid of that. Okay, it is drawing the whole thing. I mean, that's obviously hideous, but it is doing something. It is doing something. Okay, take that off the screen because it's horrible. So it is definitely redrawing the entire font. It's not switching back part way through the draw. What is this? What is going on here? What if we put this back how it was at this end? Oh, do you know what? I think I might have just misunderstood how this works. Leave those intact and then take that one, these ones out. Whoops, that's not right. Trying to draw color 260 won't work. Oh, tell you what, I'm going to deserve this biscuit when I get around to eating it. I've got two. They're party rings. The funnest of all the biscuits. Get rid of that. Put that in. Like that. Get on with it. It turns out, unsurprisingly, that I was the idiot all along. I mean, I kind of knew it was that. I just wasn't clear on how I was an idiot. Yes, no, that I had the wrong ends of that data trying to match up. That's why. Okay. So that's fine. We now just need to make this less ugly using sensible numbers, which I think were... Yeah. I went and put those in the wrong place. That's all this was. Oh, what a silly waste of time. Okay. Actually, yeah, no way. I'm going to get rid of that. And I'm going to uncomment that. Those ones need to be flat color. That one. Actually, that's a slightly strange. Not really sure what I'm trying to do there. 254, 253, 252, and then 253, and 2 there, and then they're just going to all go back to being 250. I almost want to test and see what happens if the code's made to paint it in a gradient, seeing where any breaks are. Yes, that's essentially, yeah, that would have found it. At least you were not making it in assembly. Yes. No, that is one thing that I managed to avoid in my career. I happened to start at a time where assembly was still very occasionally used, but not very often. I did wonder when I started making this, you know, first time I'd written anything for DOS in 30 years, I did wonder if I was going to have to write assembly for this. But it turns out, using a modern C++ compiler, it actually generates really nice assembly, or really nice machine code, rather. So it wasn't necessary. Have I put those numbers in the right place? Intro video. I always forget about that. Well, the colours are still hideous, so that's not right. I think it's because 254 wasn't meant to be used. Can't actually remember. Let's bring a sprite up again. A sprite. Get rid of that. Which ones was he using? 252, 3 and 4. And 2, yeah, so 250 and 2, yeah, those are practically the same color. These are not very good choices. Okay. So I think really 251, 252. No, one of those is going to be the unselected item. The other one's going to be the shadow. Ugh. I think really I'm going to have to just find some new colors here. I guess it's because, yeah, that's such a light color. If you try and, I was trying to make it sort of a white highlight, but if you move towards white, it's actually going to be quite hard to see against that color. Maybe that's fine. Because it's not really meant to be like a huge focus, it's just meant to be sort of decoration. So let's see if we can't do that. Change that color. Hello? Why are you not letting me change this color? Because I'm pressing the wrong key, that's why. A, not E, okay. And then push that a bit more towards white, I guess. And then you can be maybe actually white or very close to. So that's 253, 254. Okay, save that back out again. Change this to only use 253, 254. Maybe we'll have another one. Okay, and then I'm going to need to rebuild the assets and then rebuild the code. It's still not lunchtime. 20 minutes. Good cat. Oh, we'll need new resources because they've changed. I feel like I might have forgotten something here and this might end up screwing up the intro movie. Let's find out. Looks alright. Well, there we go. That's the general idea. Oh. I mean, having said all that, I've decided today I don't really like that greeny yellow colour anyway, but I'm sure it's fine. I'll change it later if I decide to. Right, and then that works as well. Okay. Cool. Looks nice enough. Well, thanks. And you're also like, it's a question of how much effort you want to put into making a menu look that good when you're not really intended to look at it for that long. Okay. All right. I'm calling that done. Right, so back to the code. That's now happened. Get rid of that. I will chuck all of that into source control. One and one and oh no, hello, not you. That's debug nonsense. We don't need that. Done. Okay. Excuse me. Right, I was going to sort those menus out. It's going to add a back option. Credits was going to be down game state, yes, because it turns out the music I put in the credits was enormous. Didn't realise that. I need to check the joystick calibration still works after I've changed all this stuff around. I need to update the default keys because nobody likes the new default keys. Because the default keys originally were just the cursor keys. And then it wasn't until I got my own retro PC after making this, that I was reminded that if you don't have a modern gaming keyboard, then using the cursor keys and the spacebar at the same time very often doesn't work. The key presses disappear because of that slightly crummy hardware. So I changed the default keys instead of cursors to be IJKL, and apparently everybody hates that. I've seen several streamers playing that one and going, why is it IJKL? This is horrible. So I think what I'll have to do is go with cursor keys and something other than space to fire. But yeah, we'll deal with that later. Do you know what? I think, even though it's only 10 past 12, I think I'm going to have a little bit of a break and have lunch. So, yes, I will be back in. Depends on how you hold your hands, I suppose. Yes, that's true. I mean, I thought IJKL made sense. You know, if you're using cursors in space and it was two hands, then IJKL, it's maybe a bit close. Anyway, we'll deal with that later. What was I going to say? Yes, I'm going to go and have lunch. I will be back in about 10 or 15 minutes. So, yeah, hopefully see you then. Always shift and control. That's probably true. Right, see you in about 15. Okie dokie. I can't remember where we were, funnily enough. Oh, thanks very much. It took me quite a while when I first started on Twitch to realise that that meant welcome back and not Warner Brothers. For ages I kept wondering why people kept inexplicably talking about Warner Brothers. Worked it out eventually. I am quite slow. I also have a cup of tea, which is great. Right, where were we up to? We were going to do some menu rearrangement. If I can remember how any of that works. I believe that's, yes, menu def. Whee! Lots of data. Okay. We want the menu, which is play. Oh, it's the menu data for play. I see. Okay. So, a string. Oh, that's not going to be in there, is it? What am I doing? Excuse me. Oh, I'm being a silly person. Okay, good. That should be main play. That one won't exist soon. So let's get rid of it now, actually. Why does continue not get a mention? There's an action for it. But these are what I think they are. Yes, they're just the labels for the buttons. So why doesn't that get mentioned back here? Intriguing. The outside world is not meant to know about continue game. Why? Or conversely, why does anybody need to know about any of these? Okay, because the options menu needs to know about that one. That's pretty weird. That's got to be specific to the options menu though, doesn't it? I mean, if I grab that, does anyone else use that pointer? No. So it doesn't need to be external then. Presumably none of these do either. Yeah. Okay, so first thing we're going to do then is, I haven't changed anything in here. No. We're going to put that back exactly how it was. Back. That's it. And then we are going to comment out all of this externed crap. Or at least most of it. Well, let's do all of it to begin with and see what breaks. I feel like those are going to be needed. Menu data is probably as well. But the options we've already determined are needed, so those can come out of there. Oh, there's a whole bunch of other options. And probably redefine keys as well. Go back get used anywhere else. It does not. Okay. So all of these are needed. So we'll chuck over there for now. Probably not them. There. And then you lot, I'm going to remove. What breaks when we do that? Excuse me. Oh, it built. Though it didn't break. Okay, fine. In which case, we can just get rid of them. They didn't need to be externed, it turns out. Makes things a bit simpler. Okay. Remove unneeded externs. Right. Oh, good lord. Oh, Son of Eldraid. Don't stay up too late. I should be all right. Hello there, Son of Eld and followers. Welcome in, everybody. I hope you're not expecting anything too exciting, because this is a dev stream. Well, it's just words. Look, words, words, and words and words. All these words. How have I? How's it going? It's going all right. Yeah, it's you know, the usual thing with development, where it's like having fun of adding in new features and, you know, the other kind of fun of reducing the memory requirements, and then you just hit a brick wall with some weird bug, and then that takes 3 days. It's all good. It's all good. Don't worry, we're used to coding streams. I suppose that's true. How's it going? I'm tired. Oh yeah, because you'll have been. Your streams are always like dead long, aren't they, Sonneveld? You've probably been on for like 11 hours or something silly. Constant expressions are exciting. That's good, because we've got quite a few there. Kinnikos, yes, lots of const. In fact, we're terribly modern here. We used const expr as well, and it's doubly exciting. I enjoyed Attack of the Space Cats. Are you adding more game or improving what was there already? All of the above. So it's the inverted commas registered version, which will have lots more levels and enemy types and some other mechanics. Basically, a whole bunch of things that I had in mind when I made the Jam game, but I just didn't have time to do. And so, yeah, so we're doing all of that, but at the same time, tidying up a lot of things that I didn't quite manage for the Jam. So, like, the Jam version used just over 4 meg of memory, which always irritated me, because it's like a 320 by 200 silly game. It doesn't need as much memory as Doom. That's just foolish. And so, yeah, that's come down now. It's very nearly below the 2 meg limit, but not quite. And then today I've been doing a lot of, well, the last couple of streams we've been doing a lot of improving the performance on the low end, because the game was all right on the 386, but weirdly enough, things like the menus, the front end, and the dialogue sections, those performed horribly on the 386, because they were written in a tremendous hurry at the last minute. Oh my goodness, sorry, I will be right back. My cat is attempting to climb the television. Oi, what are you doing, Menace? My headphone gone. Yeah, sorry, that was really funny. I heard a strange noise and I looked round and there was a single paw over the top of my TV. What are you doing? Ridiculous cat. Right. Oh, hey, new house, welcome in. Imagine 4 megs would be quite a lot for a DOS Jam game. Yeah, it just seemed gratuitous, 4 meg. Like if I was aiming at a 386 sort of as the baseline, I feel like a 386 with 4 meg. Well, indeed, it would have to be a 386 with 8 meg because I was slightly over 4. A 386 with 8 meg is getting you. That's starting to become a slightly fictional computer. You know, it's got too much memory for a 386. And so that was always a bit awkward, even though, obviously, way over 99% of the people who ever played Space Cats play it on DOSBox anyway. It's the principle of the thing. So, yeah, that's been quite interesting. Anyway. Oh, and then, of course, the really big feature, at least from my point of view, one of the things I wanted to put into the into the Jam game, but it was just silly. I was just never going to manage it in the time. Was I always wanted to have an FMV intro, because that was another one of the things that in my head that's on the checklist of what mid-90s shareware looked like, you know. And so it's not a particularly impressive video at the moment, but there is a little bit of it here. If we run this, you can see a very, very short video intro here. There we go. Zonk. Believe it or not, I mean, it's literally FMV. But yeah, that's just testing to get from the FMV into the front end, as you can see there. Not all works. But yes, that'll become a whole animated intro at some point. Anyway, with that. Oh, chat scrolling past. What are you doing? Yes, indeed. Nice. So, what was I up to? Oh yeah, I was rearranging these menus. Yes, no, quite all right, Sarveld. I imagine you are probably quite keen to sleep. Luck with the dev. Thanks very much. Yeah, thank you for the raid. I'll see you next time. Oops, pressing all the wrong buttons. I did mention trying to figure out a new control scheme. That's true, I did. I'm just trying to think. I'm going to finish this off first, and then maybe we'll do that afterwards. So, it's core 10. Hello there. Didn't see you come in. Imagine using more than 4 megs of RAM and requiring a Pentium 2. That would be ludicrous. Sweats. Yes, indeed. Yeah, I remember thinking that. I think I said this to you last time, but I remember thinking that when I first was doing the Jam, thinking, oh, people will be really strict about this, about like making it run on real hardware, and I thought I was really concerned because when I was finally finished, it was about, I think it was about 1.6 meg on the disk, and so I was like, oh, it won't fit on a floppy disk. I bet people are going to hate that. And then I looked at some of the other submissions that were like 200 meg, and I thought, oh, I'll probably be all right. But yeah, turns out the rules were a lot more lenient than I was expecting, so that was good. Right, we've been staring at these words for too long. Have I even changed anything yet? Oh, that's just that stuff. Okay. I want to add a new menu. Hello. Delta K. Delta Play. Oh, wow, I don't remember that. You were so close to 144. That is true. It was quite close. I think it's... Let's have a look. I mean, this XE is actually massive because it's the debug one, but yeah, the XE alone is 2 meg currently. But perhaps more importantly, the... Oh, wow, that's only barely a meg now. That's all the assets. So actually, the release version of Cat's XE is about... I seem to remember it's about 0.5 meg. So yeah, we're still very close, but not quite there. And of course, I'm going to add a whole bunch of... As soon as I start adding FMV, bye-bye disk space. So yeah, it's the CD version, it's fine. Anyway, back to this. Okay, so there's a play menu. That's all we need to know. In the actual implementation, I'm going to need to change these about a bit. Okay, and so that was where you used to get to from new game. Right, I remember. Let's play. Whoops, plate. I can't remember what that is. Oh, it is for the previous menu. Yes, if you press escape, you should go back to the previous menu. How many options will there be? There will be a maximum of 2. It's kind of similar to that. Oh, well, 3 if I'm going to put back in. Yeah, okay. Ooh, excuse me, sorry. Right, so we've come into new and then... Right, and we define our strings, which would be very similar to that. Actually, we've got a new game already, haven't we? Oh, thank you for the follow. For the follow, even. They are anonymous, but do feel free to say hello in the chat if you would like. Any more memory problems? We still have the same mystery that we've had all along, that there is a certain amount of memory that appears to be just swallowed up by the DPMI, which is a lot larger than I would expect the DPMI to be taking up. But I don't know that we're ever going to get a sensible answer on exactly where that memory's going. Where we're up to, in fact, with the memory usage is upsettingly close to being under 2 meg. I mean, this is way less than 1 meg, but as the comment there explains, a 2 meg machine, 86 box 2 meg machine, claims to have 980k-ish free. The game is currently using 920k. So it should fit, but it doesn't. When we ask for a block of 920k, the DPMI tells us to get wrecked, which is upsetting because we must be very close. And that'd be fantastic if we could get it under 2 meg. That would make me feel much better. But we're not quite there yet. In fact, actually on that score, let me find a spread. Excuse me, sorry. Got a terrible cold at the moment. Have I got an older version of... Oh no, that's the wrong spread. I know you can't see this yet, but hang on a second. That's the one. I'm going to pull an older version of this sprite out of source control just so you can see the difference. Where did I do it? Ah, there we go. So, in fact, there's probably an even older one. Older comment about a sentry somewhere. Okay, that's right. Ah, there we go. That is the older one. So, can I get... Go to there, Baldry Art, Res, Sprites, Sentry PCX, there he is. Can I just drag and drop that? Does that work? Well, it did something. Open a sprite. Way, there we go. Okay, where's the stream? A sprite's gone. Where is it? There it is. Plunk. Right, finally. I'll stop muttering to myself and show you what I was going to show you. So this crazy thing here, this is like easily the biggest sprite in the whole game, which is, you know, the little sentry robot thing that's on the wall. Which this is the original version of that sprite, which is a 256 square image, which would use... yes, so that image is 64k in memory. Then there is a masked version of it as well that we need for rendering. That's another 64k. And then there's a bunch more besides. This image now looks like that. So, yeah, we've saved quite a lot of memory by reducing that. So, like, I added the flips in originally, so the ability to render a sprite flipped horizontally or vertically, so half the frames go. And then, because all it does is open its mouth and close its mouth again, I was like, well, actually, the closing of the mouth can just be the open run backwards, can't it? And so that gets us down to 8 frames. And you can barely tell the difference. I mean, you can't see the little projectile in his mouth anymore, but that's about it. But yeah, that's what gets us almost under 2 meg. Right, back to here again. Oh, there's chat happening, sorry. Speaking of memory problems, I'm going to test out 8K images stretched to 2 times scale terrain of such blimey. 8K images. Stuff dreams are made of in the DOS world. Unless I figure out some cut in pieces easy formula. Oh, hello, Cat. Welcome in. Oh, you're lurking and raiding and velding. Okay. I see lots of empty space. Oh, yeah, no, well, there's lots of empty space in the sprites. Clunk. That's not something... Yeah, the easy way on a sort of on a modern system would be, yes, absolutely. You just... Oops, that's not the right tool. You would cut that right down to be right up to the boundaries of the sprite. The problem is, because I'm... Essentially, it's not really directly because of, but tangentially, because I'm using mode Y, everything on 386 particularly, everything needs to be a power of 2. And so it's easiest if all the frames are 32 pixels or 16 pixels or 8 pixels. And so it actually ends up, while you'd save memory, you would obliterate the performance. And indeed, actually, you wouldn't... Yeah. You would sort of not... To make it renderable at all, even if we took away all the empty space from the image file itself, when you loaded it into memory, if you wanted to render it even remotely sensibly, you'd have to essentially put all the empty space back in again. So yeah, it wouldn't really save that much. But yes, it would have been nice if you could get rid of all the empty space there. It would have squished down quite nicely. But yeah, too slow, sadly. Right, let's get rid of that. All the flipping you did must have done that. Remember you're using Quake 1 palette, that's true. Because I couldn't make a sensible decision. So where's a sprite gone? I've lost it. There it is. So yes, that's the Quake 1 palette right there. Fun fact, which I regretted that several times. Every time I wanted a bright green colour. Turns out there's no bright green in Quake. Anyway. Oh, another follower. Excuse me. Thank you for the follow. I would say they're anonymous, but you can talk in chat, but you're already talking in chat, so it doesn't really matter. 32, yeah, for the flipping, yeah. Ooh, 386 logo. Cool. Needs to be square for each part, yeah. Well, so it totally wasn't you. No, obviously not you, Wimmy Cat. So the needing the space isn't. I mean, yes, the flipping certainly would get really complicated if you took all the space out, or it would get a little bit more complicated. But it's more the fact that I'm trying to think the simplest way of talking about it is like when you come to actually draw the image onto the screen, it's fastest if it's a power of 2. That's fundamentally it, because then you can. It's easy to work out the offset between each line and various other things. But yeah, that's ultimately what it's for. It ends up being a trade-off that you actually sort of, yeah, you just have to pay that cost in memory, sadly. Right, what was I doing? I was building a new menu, wasn't I? That's the main menu, that stays there. This is the new one. Oh yeah, because there's got to be a new game string already. There it is. Because that would now become play. We don't have play yet. Okay. In fact, that... Okay. I'm just going to change that one. Play. Continue on. You become play. And the menu action is not start game. It'll be move to play, which is a new one. Loads to find out here. Yes. Okay, I guess we'll keep that. To play. What's right? Continues gone from this menu. Now we've got play, options, how to play is gone as well. I don't think you would have that. Okay. Credits is going to go. Oh, no, it's not. It's just going to go to a different state. So that stays where it is. And then exit, obviously, is fine. Okay, so play takes us to move to play, which will need handling in the front end. Blah, 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 blah. All the options is there. Brave enough not to put braces around that. Okay. Bit of that. Don't fix that for me. Curses. Here we go. Current menu would become game menu does play, which probably doesn't exist yet. It does. Okay. That's fine. Back to the top of the menu, reset everything, redraw everything, excuse me. Okay, that's fine. That takes us to the play menu, which has a back option, new game, continue game, and that should be back. Yoink. I've got a back down here. New game, continue game, back. Do we want the confirm still on new? And actually, would it be more natural to put continue at the top? You go to the main menu, go into play, go into continue, just hit enter twice, straight in. Yeah, I think that makes more sense. Okay. You can go below. They're gonna need renaming because they don't exist anymore. Play new game. I mean, we don't need a specific cancel for each one of these, do we? Can we not just have a back generic cancel and renames? And you can go up there. Thank you for the follow. Hey, R Anonymous, do feel free to say hello if you like. Oh gosh, there's a whole bunch of chat I've missed again. Oh no, it isn't. Not familiar with the details of ModeWhy. Is it banked or do you avoid that problem? So it is, it's not that it's banked. Well, it depends how you look at it, really. Problem is, I think people take these terms to mean slightly different things. So the fun with mode X and Y is, because just to clarify that as well, that's another term that people tend to use interchangeably as mode X and mode Y. I think mode Y is less commonly known, and so people tend to call it mode X. But the difference is mode X is 320 by 240. Mode Y is 320 by 200, which is the same as mode 13, which is the official VGA mode. But both of them, as I understand it anyway, because I'm certainly not an expert in this stuff at all, but from what I understand, they both exist essentially as, they're not hacks particularly, but they're accidents of the VGA spec. So at a low level, rather than asking the BIOS to set the VGA mode for you, which would be the sort of the generally accepted way of doing it, what the BIOS does when you do that is the BIOS has a whole conversation with the VGA card, setting all manner of different bits of configuration, all of which are exposed to do for reasons relating to EGA compatibility. And so various people, though it's normally credited to Michael Abrash, various people discovered that you can take a VGA card and you can sort of half set it up as EGA whilst half setting it up as VGA at the same time. It's peculiar and kind of astonishing that it even works. But what that means is you end up with a planed version of VGA. So it's probably easiest if I draw, because I think this is probably quite mind-bending without some sort of visual reference. by just, I don't know, 128 will be fine. Oh, in fact, you know what? Why don't we make it the size of the screen? 320 by 200. Indexed. Fine. So there we go. There's a screen. And so what's peculiar about Mode X? So if you do Mode 13, which is the nice straightforward one, that has what's called a linear frame buffer. So I think a lot of people know about this, like even if you haven't done any game coding, that you get the address of the frame buffer, which traditionally in DOS is 1000, and that essentially presents itself as a 64K array. And so the zeroth element of that array is this pixel. The first element of the array is that one, continuing all the way down to the bottom right corner, which is really nice to program for. It's extremely straightforward. It also turns out to be quite unusual. I don't think I'm wrong in saying all systems prior to VGA didn't work that way, because they couldn't afford the memory. But anyway, what's weird with the bitplane system, what it takes from EGA, because EGA, I don't know, I've never actually done any EGA coding, but EGA has this slightly peculiar thing where, because it's less than a byte per pixel, it uses different planes to refer to the pixel data. And so that's the thing you get with Mode Y. So with Mode Y and Mode X, you get this strange thing where you tell the VGA card which plane you want to work on, and there are 4 of them. And what happens is this zeroth element of the frame buffer array, if you're on plane 0, the zeroth element is that one. If you're on plane 1, the zeroth element is that one. It's the next pixel along. So it does this really peculiar thing where writing to what appears to be the same address in memory will light up 1, 2, 3, 4, or any combination of those first 4 pixels. So it's really strange in terms of how it works, but it gives you the benefit over Mode 13, the standard VGA mode. It gives you the benefit that you can draw more than 1 pixel at once, which allows you to do things a little bit faster in certain very specific cases. Why on earth would that work, considering EGA planes are very different? Okay, like I say, I've never done anything with EGA, so I don't know how that works. But yeah, it's kind of baffling to me that it works at all, to be honest. And it's one of those things that I think only came about because the VGA spec was vague enough to allow it, which is what then led to the sort of explosion of incompatible standards that happened with SVGA. EGA is 1 bit at a time, not a byte. Okay, that makes sense. But yeah, so it ends up making sort of your rendering code really quite peculiar, because with Mode 13, when you've got a linear frame buffer, a for loop will do the job. You know, you just loop through every pixel of the image and you copy it into the right place. I mean, you wouldn't do that because it's too slow, but that would be the obvious way of doing it. If you do that with Mode X, every pixel you have to change the plane, and it costs in time to change the plane. And so if you do a for loop to draw an image on the screen, it's actually slower in Mode X than it would be in Mode 13, which is exactly the opposite of what you want. So you end up having to do daft things like all of your images have to be stored in memory by plane, so that you can say, right, switch to plane 0, here are all the plane 0 pixels, here are all the plane 1 pixels, you know, like that. And yeah, that does necessarily make the code quite bizarre at points. Anyway. I was reading an article by Matt Pritchard yesterday in a 90s GDC Knack. Can't remember why, I'm sure I had a terrible reason. And he talked about how some mysterious stranger discovered the EGA-VGA hack. That's interesting. I mean, I as far as I was aware, it was generally accepted, or it was generally held, that Michael Abrash had invented it. I don't know if that's straightforwardly true. I think it's definitely true that he popularized it, because he wrote the graphics programming black book, which is sort of largely seen as the big source that told lots of people about Mode X. But he himself, in later editions of that book, adds anecdotes about people coming up to him at conferences going, "How dare you claim you invented this? I invented it, I just never told anyone." So yeah, clearly people were fiddling around with VGA cards just to see what would happen. I guess it's almost like a modern GPU. Yeah, I mean, in the sense of, yeah, it having an awful lot of features that you can sort of flip about with. Yeah, definitely. Right. Back to this code. I'm never going to get this menu added. Excuse me. Oh, and my tea's going cold as well. Worst. Right, play. Which moves to play? Options, that's all fine. We've added a new menu option up here, which is now in here, which should go back to previous menu. Okay. We've got code that sets that as the correct one. Those are the same actions, so they should still be fine. That shouldn't be called start game, it should be called new game. Oh, silly me. Oh no, that's that one. It's just the menu action is called start game. Okay, fine. That doesn't matter then. Those have now gone, as has the new game menu. Options are all the same as they were. Accessibility, redefining keys, which we're going to do in a minute. And then that's the pause menu. Okay. I'm sure I've forgotten something. Let's find out. Having to keep everything in VRAM, huh? Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I actually do a little bit of that in this, weirdly enough, because that's something you can't do with Mode 13. With Mode 13, you get the screen, and that's it, which is okay. Something's died, but that's kind of limiting because it's an artificial limit because the screen is only roughly 64K in size, whereas the VGA standard requires 256K. So it's like, well, you're just throwing away 192K. Can I not use that? And you can't by default. I'm not really sure why, but for whatever reason, you weren't allowed access to it. That's another benefit you get with Mode Y, which in fact I should have mentioned. Mode X and Mode Y they both give you access to the entire 256K, which means you can do cool things like hardware scrolling, which unheard of on the PC before that point. But alternatively, if you don't want to support scrolling, you can just put things off screen in VRAM. And I actually do that in this game. I think. Do I still have the image? I know at some point. I don't seem to have it on my desktop. But I added a feature a while ago to solve a bug that made the game export the entire contents of VRAM so that I could see where everything was in VRAM. And that's quite an interesting image to look at because you can see how everything's laid out. But because I'm using half of it for the back buffer, so you've got 2 frames of the game at any given time. But then over in one corner as well, off screen, there is the tile map for the game. That's held in VRAM as well, so that you can render it a little bit faster. But again, that's a sort of a weird quirk of the spec rather than a deliberate, rather than like something like with the Amiga had hardware that was deliberately, to accelerate certain, sprite operations or whatever. And IBM certainly didn't give a crap about that when they came up with the VGA standard, but they accidentally added some features that meant that you can do things like you can copy within VRAM. You can move pixels around for the cost of like a quarter of what it would cost to copy it from the CPU, which is why I use it. But yeah, anyway, what's this link error? Undefined reference to K-menu data new game. Whoops. Sorry. K-menu data new game. Oh. I got rid of it. Who's using it? Oh, the front end is. Of course it is. I think it was just on the screen. No, there's a new thing. There it is. That is... Okay, so you've gone into start. No, so that's actually going to change then. Oh no, it's not, because it wouldn't be called that. It's going to be called Move to Play, which is just going to go to the Play menu. We're no longer doing this confirmation, because that really is now new game. So we can just get rid of that. 3D6, 374. Back to previous menu. Okay. That we can say was play. Did I call it that? I think I did. Yes, I did. All right. Bound to be fine, this. Bound to be fine. There we go. All right. You're done. You're done. Take the CD out. Put the CD back in again. Update. No new resources. Right. Let's see if this screws up horribly because I've forgotten something. Because it probably will, because I probably have. Looks all right so far. Options menu, which I haven't changed, ought to be fine. Oh, hello there. Thank you for the follow. They are anonymous here. Feel free to say hello in the chat if you would like. What happens when we hit the play button? Continue. New game. Back. I'm puzzled when things work the first time. That worked. Interestingly enough, actually, Core 10, you can see here, you can see how the planes work. Because you can actually visually see them on the screen when I move between menus, because this isn't using the back buffer anymore, which means essentially means you can see it doing the drawing. And can you see how there's sort of like there's vertical lines through the text, and that's the planes. Anyway, but I'm going to claim it's funny once you start seeing things like that, you realise how many DOS games used it as a feature, which is quite funny. The one that actually blew my mind, which I'd completely forgotten was even a thing, was I don't know if you know, but Doom has a low detail mode in the options. I don't know if you've ever seen that. But what that does is that takes advantage of the fact that Mode X and Mode Y allow you to draw more than one pixel at the same time, as long as they're the same color. And it draws 2 pixels instead of 1, which allows it to draw only, half the screen, if you see what I mean. But because it draws 2 pixels for each column, it fills the whole screen. It looks terrible, but yeah, it's interesting that it works at all. Right, does this all still plug in properly? Looks right. And that's continued, it hasn't restarted. Okay, fine. Skip. And then that'll come into the game. Hopefully. God, that had me worried for a minute. That needs rewriting. Yes, because that's not been updated yet. That's fine though. Exit. And then I just want to make sure that new game works as well. It does not. Okay, good job I tested. I guess because we're not handling it at all. New game is going to do menu action start game. Oh, hang on a minute. I left that if intact, didn't I, when I commented that out? Yes, that's not very sensible, is it? You wouldn't go to the briefing. You would reset the game. which is... Aha. Would be that. I should really get rid of that as well. So that all goes away. And that goes in there. Now, that suddenly made me think there's something else I've not done here. And I've just forgotten it again. What is it? Ah, foolish brain. I'll find out when it goes wrong again later. I'll remember what I've forgotten then. Right, let's give that a rebuild just to make sure that works. But yeah, I totally forgot about the Doom low detail mode until I saw somebody, during December, I saw somebody streaming Doom on real hardware. And yeah, he'd switched it on. It took me about 10 minutes of watching the stream to try and guess what was wrong with the stream, because I was like, that it's Doom, but it looks slightly weird. I couldn't put my finger on what it was. Yeah, it was the low detail mode. Anyway, right, back to there. Take that out. Put it back in again. Oops. Skip the video just to make sure it's still skippable. It is. Play. New game. Show me the first level briefing. That is the first level briefing. Okie dokie. Skip, 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 skip. And that should take me into the first level. Okay. Oh, and that's still broken. Okay. Don't fix that. Are we going to do the input thing first? Maybe we'll do the input thing first. Oh yeah, and then we've... actually, no, that's something else that's broken. Was there a continue option? No, the options menu's gone. Right, now I know what it is I've forgotten. Of course. There's logic to adjust the menu based on whether you can continue or not, and that's going to be adjusting the wrong menu. Shift down. Yes, it's not going to be doing that. It's going to be previous level. Okay, menu data main. It should in fact be menu data level. And we shove it down by line height. Okay, I feel like there's probably other things I need to deal with there. Yes. Main menu option enabled. No. We don't want that in there. We want to plug that in when we enter the play menu, which is going to be here. Context dot, is it options? What did I call that? Menu age. Value enabled is the one I was thinking of. Okay. Enabled equals whatever I called that array. Where is it? Where is it? There it is, option enabled. And that's probably done. Even running Doom on a fake 486-33 in DOSBox, which is where we've hasn't any real 486, makes it quickly clear that I must have played Doom in the low detail mode. Probably reduce screen size. I definitely remember reducing the screen size. I mean, I could have sworn. I think I've looked this up on the internet, and I've never been able to find any corroboration of this. So I think I must have just invented it at some point. But I have quite clear memories of a version of Doom where if you shrank the screen size down to the lowest possible size, there was a little line of text that said buy a 486 smiley face underneath it. I'm convinced that was a thing, but I've never seen it since. I probably haven't really played Doom until I had a Pentium. Yeah, only got a sound card around 95, 96. Yeah. I think we would have had a 486 with Doom. I remember, I can quite specifically remember, it was a friend of my brother's was the first person I knew that had Doom, and he'd spent a lot of money on a new computer. I remember distinctly that it had 16 meg of RAM, which seemed like an infinite quantity of memory at the time. Funny how things change. I can also remember my dad being very annoyed when I wanted to install the shareware version of Quake on his PC. Because I think the shareware version of Quake is like 20, 25 meg, something like that. And I could quite clearly remember my dad going, why does it possibly need 25 megabytes of disk space? That's ridiculous. Again, how things change. Hey, Dad, Tim from Epic Games is on the phone. Anyway, I bought Duke Nukem 3D and couldn't play it because it wouldn't even start on the 386. Oh, that would have been sad. That would have upset me tremendously. You know what's really notable about Duke Nukem 3D, which I don't really remember from when I used to play it at the time, but watching people stream it again over DOSember and whatnot, is that audio can't be 8K. Like, some of it sounds like it's 4K. It's really horrible. Like, especially the, I can't remember what they're called, but there's like the floating brain enemy that makes that weird noise. Whenever they scream, I just think that's such terrible audio quality. But I guess that's what we were used to at the time. It's entirely possible .99 had that message. They rushed out one extremely quickly after it. Interesting. I don't know. I mean, I would have thought I would find somebody would have made reference to it on the internet at some point in the intervening decades, but I don't think anybody did. So I think I've just come to terms with the fact that I must have just invented it. Right, why am I looking at 86 bucks? Oh, I was about to rerun this. I was used to PC Speaker, yes indeed. The venerable PC Speaker. I sure used up a lot of our 80 meg hard drive with Descent, yeah. Oh, Descent was good though. I say that, and I played through it on stream recently, and I was about ready to throw the computer out the window by the end of it. But in theory, Descent's good. It was just too long. That was Descent's only problem. There wasn't enough game in it to warrant what felt like 472,000 levels, but I think was actually only 30. Okay, play options credits, fine. And if we go into options and come back out again, that's all still fine. I still need to replay Descent on my 386. Remember how awful that must have been back when I first played it? I can imagine. Wow. No, I wouldn't like to think how slow it is on a 386. Crikey. It was very impressive technology, though. Proper 3D and everything. That's still fine. New game to reset the progress. So if I go through new game, no, sorry, we're already on new game. So continue game shouldn't be visible because we've got nothing to continue. It should, which then makes me go, well, why would you have a submenu that only has new game in it? Surely play should just go into the game if there isn't a game to if there isn't a game to continue allowing you to say new game. Yeah. Oh, I'm making a terrible hash of this today. What a terrible hash. Right, fine. Back to there. We want to say, when you pick move to play, which I've named badly, but we'll stick with it. Move to play. We only want to do that if there's a game to continue, which calls for braces. Now, that's the one. G progress level. Just as long as that's non-zero, right? Yes. If progress level is not equal to 0, then what is in that menu? That one. Otherwise, just play the damn game. Okay. 3D, it was. When 3D was terribly exciting. It's funny, it's almost like that's gone the other way now. I don't know about anybody else, but I don't know that I'm more excited for 2D games now, but generally speaking, if the game's 2D, they're less likely to be falling back on technology and actually doing proper game design, I think. I don't know, maybe I'm just being a bit of a snob, but anyway. All right, quit that. CD out. CD back in again. Update. Those ramps in Duke Nukem are very, very cool. I might be easy to impress, though. Not to forget mirrors. Modern 2D games feel more expensive. Yes, that's true. I mean, I have to. Like, what was Jabu playing through at the moment? Sea of Stars, which, I mean, obviously this happens whenever I watch or play any game, but I'm always sort of partially watching it with an eye for, you know, how have they put that together. And Sea of Stars I was quite fascinated by because they've done a fantastic job in that game of making it all look like pixel art when I think everything except the characters is 3D. I think the character sprites are all 2D, actually traditionally hand drawn. Everything else has just got a shader over it to make it look like it's 2D, which is cool. I'm not saying that's a bad thing at all, but it sort of fits a little bit with what you're saying, I think, Corten, in that it looks really cool and sort of it has this sort of slightly retro aesthetic, but you know it is boiling that GPU. You know, that GPU is melting trying to get that thing to look like it's from 1997. That thing that modern games totally forgot how to do until ray tracing. Yeah, that's true with mirrors. I think did Quake 3? Quake 3 had mirrors, didn't it? And that was terribly exciting. But then Quake 3 had such novelties as curved surfaces and other fun things. Anyway, right. Again, because I'm chatting while working, I've now forgotten where I'm up to. I've just updated. I think I must have just run that. I don't think I did. I don't think I did run this. I'm going to run it again. Cats. What were the ramps in Duke Nukem? I don't follow that. Well, you mean literally just ramps? Is that what you mean? Because I suppose, yeah, you didn't have that in Doom or anything earlier, did you? Anyway. Right. Play. That is still wrong because we need to filter out. In fact, no, that's wrong because it went into the menu at all. Did I not rebuild this? I feel like I'm so distracted, I may not have even rebuilt that. Right, I'm going to go back here and I'm going to clear that screen. So I know I have to update that as well. All right, back to there. CD back in again. Update. Yes, they somehow kind of blow my mind. I only recently realized it's because the distance from the screen isn't constant either vertically or horizontally. Play. That is... No, okay, so that is just broken. Cool. If progress level is not equal to 0, progress level should be 0. Why did that not work? Fine. A printf it is. Quit that. Okay. Skip. Right. What is the log say? Move to play 1. How is progress level 1? It's definitely expecting it to be 0. Wait a minute. Shift down. If the progress level is... Okay, no, I understand. Sorry, yes, I'm misunderstanding that way. Okay. I actually don't really need it to do that, come to think of it. I'll actually get rid of that and that. That is definitely expecting progress level to be 0 if you haven't played the game. So something else must be changing it. Nope. Where else does that get called or get used? That's a fair point, actually. Let's go back to here again. That will probably explain it. Although that means the main menu is bugged then. If I get rid of that, that will probably solve the problem. But it may cause another one. Not all right. Turns out I did want the shift down. Right, and that's just gone straight in, which is what we want. Look. Okay, get rid of that. Go away. Go away. Okay, and now... Okay, it hasn't saved the progress. I feel like there's still another bug hidden under there, but I'll take that progress for now. Right, I'm going to put... Did that say 66? No, it said shift down. So actually, it's just going to be about 16 or 18 pixels. So we just want to move that down. That's all we want to do. Like 116, probably. It's going to be a bit more than that. Where do we specify the line height? Is it in here? It is, and it's 20. I forgot what that was. It was 90, so actually add 20 to that. That's 110 anyway. Okay, fine. So, rebuild all that. Stop thinking about how those ramps work, or my brain might break. Maybe it's constant set horizontally, but I really shouldn't dedicate my brain cells to it at all. Shut the door! Shut the door, Corthead! I like games that embrace the computer as a graphical medium and work with it as such. Pixels are a good stylistic medium ready to be used. I don't like the trend that everything has to look super high-res, you know. That includes games trying to be photorealistic, just as much as games that just use high-res, hand-drawn art or 2D graphics. Yeah, that seems fair. I mean, I think I was probably a little bit snobby about pixel art for quite a long time, specifically about pixel art in indie games. And I think it wasn't until I'd done Space Cats, actually, that I realised, like, there is a tremendous benefit to them from the point of view of a dev rather than a player, which is that, because I built the models for all the sprites and whatever in Blender, but I'm not a particularly good 3D modeler and I didn't have a lot of time. And so they were bashed together. In most cases, I think I probably spent less than about half an hour on each sprite. But what I hadn't appreciated before doing that was that when you take this rubbish 3D model and then render it out to a 32 pixel square, all of the lack of detail disappears because not the lack of detail, the low quality sort of disappears into the lack of detail of the image, and in it, automatically, just from a sort of psychological point of view, you fill in details that aren't there. Like, so I think that's one of the reasons that people sort of like pixel art, is because I feel like you're sort of making pixel art look better in your head than it actually is, if that doesn't sound mad. But anyway, I need to restart that. That's how many games in the 90s did it. Yeah, that's why I did it. Yeah, it was to sort of ape that. 3D modeling often was nothing more than slapping primitives together. Yes, very true. It's why I initially, like, in the dialogue sections in Space Cats, where you've got the character portraits, that terrified me when I realised I wanted to have that, because I thought, well, I can't do pixel art, I can't draw character portraits, that's not going to work. And initially, I'd asked a friend of mine who's an artist, I'd asked him to do them for me, but I left it so long because I couldn't decide who the characters were, and I didn't know what I wanted. And I left it so long that by the time I came to him and said, "Can you do these like 6 character portraits or however many it was?" he didn't have time to do them anymore. And so I was like, "Oh God, what am I going to use to make these?" And yeah, that's when it occurred to me that actually character modeling at that time, because it's pre-sculpting, they all looked rubbish. Characters, 3D characters in those sort of that era of DOS games, they all looked like potato heads. And I kind of thought, well, I can make potato heads. That's not beyond my skill. And it turned out like that was probably my favourite part of the game. In the end, was it was just so much fun making those ridiculous-looking characters. Anyway, leave some room for interpretation in the player. Yeah. I deliberately add noise to my pixel art so that people will fill it in. Yeah, okay, that's interesting. Tickles specific areas of the brain that I like being tickled. If every sprite is already super high res, with every possible detail visible, all that's missing. Yes. Say it looks rubbish. I say it looks period accurate. Yes, exactly. I think my favourite comment was when I'd first rendered them, I sent which one was it? I can't remember which character. I think it was the the like police chief character. I think he was the first one I did, and I sent a screenshot of that to a friend of mine, who replied saying, "Wow, it looks like the characters from Z." And I was like, "Oh, okay, I'll take that. You know, that's a pretty good compliment as far as I'm concerned." Because, you know, he said it looked like a game from the period, so that's what I wanted. Yeah. Anyway, did I run this yet? Again, too much chatting. Can't remember. I'm terrible at multitasking. Okay. That. Oh, I want that menu to be aligned with the text now. I think I'm actually gonna. Yeah, I prefer the alignment of the menu to the text, so I might just push the text on the right up a bit. Okay, play. That's gonna go in. Fine. So let's just win so that we save some progress. I shall lurk. I appreciate the distraction today. Very well. Enjoy your lurk. Thank you for coming by. Well, and continuing to come by. If you lurk. Oh, yeah. I'll catch you later. Cool. You can tell that's using the full tile map. Crunching along the 386. Oh, I still need to fix this menu as well, but we'll do that later. In the meantime, let's turn off the high detail. Clink. That will give us a couple extra frames per second. Just about. Missed. I think I need to go back and reprofile this again because I'm sure it's getting slower. I'm paranoid. Here we go. Out the door. Oh, that's got a plain background. Oh, because I've just turned off the detail. Yeah, I might change that. Okay. And then that's the intro for the next level. But now if we quit, what does the main menu look like? That's broken. Fine. Back to the front end. We should have play should take us to a menu now. It does. So new game. Debatable whether that should say new game or restart. I'll stick with new for now. Continue and that'll continue. Yep. Oh, there's still that bug with that. Skipping that. Fine. Added to the list. All the bugs. All the bugs. And if we want to play and we say new game, where do we go? Do we get the briefing for the first level again? We do. Good. Skip. So much text. Fine. So I've broken 3 other things in the process, but the main menu is now updated. So that's all good. It's not all good, but you know what I mean. Right, that's happened. I was going to add a back to the options submenus. I don't really know that I care that much. Some time ago, we were going to change the default keys. So let's do that. That requires me to remember where that code is. I literally can't remember. Where do we put the key definitions? I don't know where any of that is. It's going to be joystick calibration. Oh God, I think it might be inside the menu code. Oh. Did I do something horrible? Oh God, I did. It shouldn't be in here, but it is. Dear, oh dear. Oh well, I'm sure no one in the stream will tell. I'll be fine. Don't tell on me. Okay. Oh, it goes to the options menu. Okay. But that's when false. Oh, it does. Options set key, press K. Okay. Options menu. Set key. And that goes into defined keys, which is part of the options. Okay, that makes sense. But where are the defaults? Are the defaults just what I've written in the file? Presumably not. Options. Nope, nope, nope. Defined keys. Okay, so there's a type. Is there a default? Here we are. Okay. Oh, there's chat again. The cats are the good guys, right? The cats, well, now that gets you into plot territory. So the baddies are robot cats, and at least according to the Jam version / shareware version, the mastermind of the evil robot cats is an actual cat. But it's an actual cat that can talk, somewhat inexplicably. Now, that's not entirely true, he said, trying to avoid spoilers. But yes, they are robot cats and not real cats. 99 bugs in the code in the IDE, 99 bugs in the code. Take one down, patch it out. 104 bugs in the code in the IDE. Yay! Yeah, it's very true. Right. Default keys. I think we decided we were going to go back to cursors, but then Control and Shift instead of space. I can't remember what the that's surely just key up, key down, key left, key right. And then strafe stays on Alt, because that's what Doom did. And then fire pew pew can probably be Control. Control. And then EMP can be Shift. Let's try that. Options, 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 menu. Rebuild. Point. Oh, hello, death, death, it's all broken. Oh, I meant L shift. Do beg your pardon. Options H. Le shift. That's French for shift. I mean, if the cat is fighting humans, that makes the cat good in my eyes. I mean, the story's fairly straightforward and based on real life events, apart from the asteroids bit, which is, I'm looking around to find her. Where's she gone? Oh, she must have gone to the bedroom. But most of the people who know me in real life that saw this game realised that the cat's motivation for throwing asteroids at the Earth was very much inspired by my cat Dora, because she has the same attitude when denied cheese, which she also, much like the cat in the game, is not allowed to eat because it makes her throw up, but she still insists on it. Well, she tries to insist on it. And yes, I think if she had the facility, she would attempt to destroy the Earth. She gets that upset about it. Default keys. Skip. Continue, sure. I'm now going to be very confused as my brain forgets that I've just changed the keys. Oh. Thank you for the follow. They are anonymous, but feel free to say hello in the chat if you would like. Okay, oh, back on curses again. Feels weird, man. Not space to fire. Control to fire. Okay. I guess I can live with this. Still strafing on Alt, okay. And then it would be Shift if I had any EMPs. Alright, that works. I would say it makes the instructions out of date, but there are no longer any in-game instructions, so that's fine. There is still a README though. That's not the right README. That's a README for myself. I meant the README that's in the package. There it is. Oh, that still says cursors. Did I never update that? Oh dear. Control fires lasers. Shift fires EMP. Should fit in too. Anyway, alright, I'm going to commit that. Doing. Oh, there's still some messy code left here in 9.4. There it is. You can go. Thank you. Oh, I was going to change the... Oh, I'll commit this first and then we'll fix the alignment. Okay, that's all fine. That's all fine. That's not fine. That's line 332. Get rid of that. That is all fine. That's all fine. That's all fine. That's all fine. Okay. Rearranged. Menus. Oh, please. Done. Gone. Hello there, Sakura. Welcome in. Attack of the killer tomatoes. I mean, space cats. Afternoon. Yes, attack of the killer space cat tomatoes. No, that doesn't work. Go with another cute cat. Oh, hello there, Jaro, with the daily chicken. Thank you very much. Oh, I forgot to take the to-do comment out. Oh, I'll have to check in again now. I hate having out-of-date to-dos. Did you get it? It's not playing the clip, is it? Oh. That should work. This is the Mac. That should work fine. I don't know why it didn't. 69 viewers indeed. I'm sure I don't know what you mean. Thanks for trying though. Yes, I shall have to go and hack Firebot again. You should all follow Jabu. There you go. That's better than a clip. Right. Let me check that in again. I was talking about you earlier, actually, and Sea of Stars. And how fun it is, and how I was fascinated by watching it. I was trying to work out which bits of it were 3D and which bits were actually 2D. I think I've decided that only the characters are sprites are 2D. Everything else is 3D. Anyway. Right. Ooh. Get rid of that one. Get rid of that one. Just kind of PC. It's a fun game. This did look fun, yeah. Right. I don't care about that. I don't care about that. I should check joystick calibration still works, if only to remind myself how to get joysticks to work in DOSBox again. So, if only I had my camera. I don't have a camera with this setup, but if only I had a camera, I could show you that the controller I'm about to use to test this in DOSBox is a Stadia controller. Ooh. I know you're all impressed. I know you all wished you had a Stadia. Yeah. Or in fact, are most of you going, what's that? I've never even heard of that. Which I think would be my preferred option. Wow, that is quite the waggly joystick. I'm in team what's that? You never had a... Well, no, nobody ever had a Stadia. But you must have heard of the Stadia. I'm just glad I didn't give Google money quite so. I never found out if those were released in my country. That also is quite typical of the Stadia experience. Yeah. I should like to point out at this point, in case, because I've probably lost half the people who were in chat who have gone, good grief, this man likes Stadia. I made a game for a client for Stadia. I ported a game to Stadia for a client, entirely because I wanted to see how the sausage was made. I was quite fascinated to see if Stadia was any good. And not that it's really a spoiler at this point, but It wasn't very good, no, it was quite bad. Between you and me. That was a worthwhile endeavour. I don't think I've even seen what the controller looks like. It looks like this, he said, holding up the controller. It's quite similar to the PS4 controller in terms of, yeah, how it feels in your hands. The controller is super generic. It is quite super generic. I quite like the feel of it, though, to be fair. It's got a nice weight to it, but it is, yeah. I mean, it's got some orange on it. That's probably the most daring part of it. A little part of it is orange. But yeah, anyway. Gasp. It was quite a fun experience though, making a game for Stadia, in as much as it was like, it was quite fascinating, because there's always a thing, like there's been a sort of a joke in the games industry for like all the years that I've been in it, which is like every so often other industries, normally always used to be media companies, like, you know, Fox or Warner Brothers or whatever. Every so often they'll go, oh, we should get into that games thing. And they throw a load of money at it, and then they find out that it's actually even more risky than making films, and they go, no, this is a terrible idea, and they climb back out again. And yeah, with the one notable exception of Sony, like every company that's tried to come into the games industry from outside has always sort of, or mostly, they've failed horribly. And yeah, that was the anticipation when Google said, we're going to make Stadia. Everybody was like, oh, best of luck with that. And so, yeah, so I took that gig just to see what it was like. And it was, I don't think it's unfair to say, a complete garbage fire. The whole thing was dreadful. They didn't have any idea what they were doing. It was quite fun. Anyway. Oh, is that a picture of the Stadia controller conversion tool? Oh, hang on. Well, I'm having to interpret that, what that link means. Yeah, that's true. Let me open that. Conversion tool. What was the conversion tool? OSC. Right, yeah, no, so I would have used that back in the day to get this working. But it just has a picture. I mean, it's interesting though as well, because it's like, yeah, you had to convert the controller to make it work with your PC or whatnot. And I obviously must have done that. I'd forgotten about it. Right, anyway, back to what we were doing. What were we doing? I was just about to test the controller. Yes, silly me. I can't even remember which flavour of DOSBox I was using to test the controller. Was it staging or was it DOSBox X? Let's run DOSBox staging. Because, no, I think it would have been staging, because staging is the one with the menus, isn't it? No, it's not. Is it DOSBox X I'm thinking of? Run me a DOSBox X if you would. Oh yeah, that's got a whole bunch of menus. Okay, so this is the one. DOSBox X should be on DOSBox X. There we go. DOSBox X has menus. There we go. Hey there, Bill. You good? I am Maury. Welcome in. Thank you very much. I'm very well, thank you. How are you doing? To be honest, I would have thought that developing a game for Stadia was not that different from developing a game for a regular console. You would hope so. A major hurdle there was that Google were extremely secretive about how their technology worked, because they were terrified of somebody stealing essentially their streaming technology, because that was, you know, what it was. And so this sort of changed later on, or they sort of deprioritized this later on. But initially what they did is they tried to copy what all the console manufacturers would do, and they sent out dev kits. But the Stadia dev kits came with documentation that was just absolutely laden with caveats, because the hardware in the dev kits wasn't remotely like the hardware they were actually using on the cloud. And so absolutely everything was full of it'll probably be fine as long as it runs on the dev kit. It'll probably be fine unless you use these features, in which case it won't. And of course, there's a whole bunch of features that only work on the cloud, so you couldn't test those anyway. And yeah, the whole thing was just not well thought through at all. It was kind of a disaster. Oh dear again. But yeah, it was interesting. I mean, I remember I was sort of hesitating to say this, but you know what? Enough years have passed. I'm going to say it. We had a conversation at one point that I thought epitomised the whole experience, which is we had a chat with one of their senior graphics people at some point. Because obviously you've got a problem that unique to Stadia, because it's streamed, you have to make sure that the images you're presenting, the images you're drawing on the screen, are amenable to being compressed nicely. Because if they're not, that video stream is going to slow down horribly, and you're going to get horrible buffering, you're going to get frame skip, all sorts of things. Generally, the experience goes down the toilet. And so we had a chat at one point with one of their senior graphics guys who was talking about this. Because I remember, I mean, I'm not going to say what the game was. It doesn't really matter, and it's actually relatively easy to work out. But that game, the opening video to that game had a load of very, very subtle gradients, like it was set in space, and it had a load of sort of black-grey gradients going on, like sort of dust clouds in space kind of idea. And as soon as I saw that, I was like, well, this is nightmare scenario for a video codec. Like, this is essentially random noise. This is not going to compress well at all. And so, yeah, we had a chat with one of their senior graphics people, and he said something amazing at one point. He said, talking about another game that I also won't name, but talking about another really very big name that they ported to Stadia earlier, he'd said that he'd talked to them. He'd had exactly the same conversation with their artists about, you know, how to best make it work on Stadia. And he'd told them to take the grass out. So the ground would just be a solid green colour. He was like, that's what you guys should do. And he said in this really exasperated tone, he said, yeah, but would they do it? Of course they wouldn't do it. And I remember thinking, have you ever met any artists? Like, that's an insane thing to ask an artist to do. Could you make this look like shit, please, so that my system doesn't break? No, how about you make your system work? Anyway, I don't want a lot of green grass. Ooh, compression. I'll guess Larian. Not that I'm going to answer any further questions, but it was not Larian, no. I think I would have been quite envious if it was Larian. I would have been like, hey, how do I get on that project? Grass, just make it a green carpet. Individual hair, just make it a helmet. It's true. Right. Again, because I'm chatting so much, I've forgotten what I was testing. Oh, it was a joystick. Yeah. So, it did take me some faff to work out how to do this when I first added the joystick support. Where is it? DOS. Is it in DOS? No. Is it in main? I know it's in here somewhere, because I've brought it up before to test this before. It's not going to be in CPU. It's not going to be in video or sound. Is it not in... I mean, it's not really related to DOS, but is it in DOS? Doesn't appear to be. Drive, no. Capture, no. Debug. Where is the... I could have sworn there was just an option just to bring up... There's like a menu overlay thing within the DOS window, isn't there? With a whole bunch of buttons on it. Reset instance. Configuration tool. Aha, here we go. Oh, except that the OBS hasn't updated for some reason, because the title's changed. Oh, curse you, OBS. There we go. Right. think it's in here somewhere. Joystick. Joystick. Of course. Oh, that controller's still awake. That's good. Is it connected to the Mac? I assume it must be. Okay, I can't get a menu. That's pretty weird. Okay, fine. We'll just... Ooh, the Mac's gone weird. I'm sure it'll be fine. Auto. I feel confident about that. I'm sure auto will be fine. Maybe it'll just work. That... Is that still on this? No, it isn't. It's gone out of date again. Back to DOSBox. There we go. Let's just try... Oh, actually... I think that should be moving the menu, and it is not. No, that's not working. Although I've still got that menu. I've really confused my Mac here. Oh, there we go. It's alive again. Right. Let's check the system settings, make sure the Stadia controller is actually connected to the Mac. In controllers, Stadia connected. Okay. Back to the 90s. What was that a reference to, Sakura? I've completely forgotten. I've got a weird menu again. What is that? Oh, that's on DOSBox. Ugh. No, don't do that, DOSBox. That's weird. Okay, I'm going to quit DOSBox because it's being strange. No. Back. Quit. Why is that not letting me quit? Exit. Okay. Back to there. For a minute while I sort this out. Jaguar's comment. Oh, the hair helmet. Yes, of course. Silly me. Okay, let's run DOSBox again. Oh, yeah, but it's not going to work. Well, unless it's... Okay. Talking to myself, really. DOSBox. Lunk. Been playing Tomb Raider 1 with some very low poly counts. Yes, I did catch a bit of that the other day. It's quite interesting switching between the remastered and the original version. It's like, wow. You don't appreciate how old the original version is until you see the remastered one. You go, wow, those pixels were about a foot wide. Oh, thank you for the follow. They are anonymous, but feel free to say hello if you would like. Oh, look at that. Follow a gold net. Oh. Oh, goodness me. Screaming. Screaming from Twitch. Okay, good. So much noise. Right, joysticks. Main. Configuration tool. Oh, and it's gone out of date again. There we go. Joystick. Maybe it wasn't auto. Maybe it was something else. Yeah, I feel like I picked something else in here, but I can't remember which one. And of course, if I did pick something else, I would have to restart the game anyway, because the game has already tried to auto. No, it hasn't. No, I don't think it has. Okay, let's try that. And the stream's out of date again. Thanks, OBS. Good stuff there, good stuff. Options. Enable joystick. It is in the center, and this is A. That did not work. That's definitely not working. Oh, hello, I've enjoyed the lurk, but must go to bed now. A good rest of stream. Thank you, Zeddy. Very kind of you. Have a nice sleep. Right, now did that not work because I didn't enable it earlier? And in fact, it should have been on auto. This is going to get very tedious if I keep on having to update where DOSBox is. Right, I can't remember where I've left that. Has it saved that configuration, or is it... No, it's back to auto again, which is what I want. Is the stream's out of date? Of course it is. Good. Back to DOSBox again. There we go. Back to options. And the controller's still awake. That's good. Enable joystick. A. Nope. Okay, so... Okay, fine. Configuration. joystick. Maybe it's 4-axis. Let's just go down the list. I've got no more sensible idea. Right, and that's out of date again. Cool, cool. Back in again. Back in there. Options. Enable joystick. A. A. That is not working. Okay, fine. Back to the configuration tool. Back to joystick. Back to 4-axis _2. I don't remember that one. That feels wrong. DOSBox. Options. Enable joystick. Oh, wait a minute. There may be another confounding problem here. It may, in fact, be enabling the joystick, but just not updating the screen. Is A on a DOS joystick the same as the A button on the controller? It depends on the mapping, but I seem to recall, because this was the slightly surprising thing for me when I first set this up a little while ago, was generally the internet held that getting joysticks to work through DOSBox was a terrible pain. And I found once I'd picked the right type, it just worked. Like it didn't require any effort. Which is what's making me think, actually, this might just be that my code is no longer updating the screen, because I've changed that recently. Let's just check that. Back to the code. So, how does the joystick calibration work? Calibration. Oh, it's right there. If it's running, then draw it. That's inside draw content, though, so that's only going to happen if we call draw content again. Do we know that we need to call draw content? No, we're only redrawing if you quit out of the calibration. I think maybe we want to get rid of that and just say just redraw all the time, which will slow things down a bit, but meh. Let's refill. Like that, and then back to DOSBox. Run. I assume this has gone back to auto now. Curses. But that may be because it's not, shouldn't be auto. Yeah, back to there. Configuration tool. If this doesn't work this time, I'm just going to put this off to another time. Because this is just a bit dull, quite frankly. And I'm sick to death of telling OBS where DOSBox is. There we go. Options, and actually that options menu is too high up as well. Yeah, fiddly things. That ain't working. That's the way you do it. Okay, that is not working. Fine. I'm going to give up for now. Also, that menu didn't redraw properly. So many bugs. It's my own fault, really. If I must insist on rewriting things, then yes, bugs get introduced. Okay, fine. We will do that another time. But for now, add that to the main to-do. Where's main gone? There it is. Much ranting about memory. Oh yeah, that was another good saving as well on the memory saving front. And I saved about 60k from taking an explosion sound effect out. I had never noticed that was 60k. Anyway. Just going to add it down here. Okay. The other thing I was going to do today is Newhouse still here? Newhouse, are you still here? You're in chat, but I don't know if you're actually active. Because we were going to go through the sprite thing, but I don't know if you're alive at the moment. Maybe not. Right. In which case, what are we doing? That's just stuff about memory. I wonder if there's a way that we can temporarily bring the memory use down just to see how far we've got to go to get it to fit into the 2 meg. Not easily. Oh, this has mostly happened. Gone. Gone. That's all done. Oh yeah, I did look briefly into that. That's actually going to be quite fiddly. Maybe I don't care about that bit. Hello there, Mac. How are you doing? Mostly me staring at a to-do list and muttering to myself at the moment. But yeah, it's all happening on this channel. Do you know what I do want to do actually? Is I have been getting slightly paranoid recently that the 386 version is slower than I remember it being. And I should like to put some numbers on that, even though this isn't a real 386, it's the nearest I've got. So let's do that. I believe I have profiling code that's still in there, it just needs activating, I think. Ah yes, we just have to get rid of this, I remember. Big chilling before the workday. Yeah, sounds fair. We'll build that. Come on, compiler. That actually is sort of making me want to look at the compile time as well, but maybe later. Maybe later. Checked back in again. Update that again. Delete the log and then okay. No, that was low detail mode. I bet that must be enabled. Yep. Okay, that's good because it's 386. It should be on low detail. Sound is set to low quality in-game music. That's fine, even though we can't actually hear it. It will still be playing it. Okay, off we go. Give that a run. Skip. I still need to fix that bug. So many bugs. Who keeps writing all these bugs? Oh, it's me. Ah, that's not the fire button. I'm going to keep doing that today. It seems like it's sort of fine, and then when it does slow down, it feels like it's slowing down more than it used to. Like as if the sprite rendering is slower now, something like that. Give it some of that. Right, let's quit there. Have a look in the log. Whee, that's a big log if it's taken that long to load. There we go. And then skip quite a lot, because the first bunch of numbers will be inaccurate. Right, there we go. It doesn't take 20 milliseconds to draw the player, I don't believe that. Yes, it takes 2 on the next frame, so that was clearly not accurate. Those numbers don't seem that bad, to be fair. 23, 25, 27 in total. It's certainly less than the 33 we're allowed. 14, 17, 25, 26, that's fine. That's a bit much. 37, 43 milliseconds that one took. Enemies took 16 milliseconds to render. Not a big fan of that. That does appear to be correct. 19 for the swap, that's just silly. But then does it ever get that high again to draw the enemies? It's normally 4, 5. I would expect the world to be the biggest because that accounts for the most pixels. So that makes sense. Draw enemies 5 again. Swap of 34 there, which feels a little bit like it's done a VSync too many. VSync could be 16. Okay, fine. Okay. Another thing we can do here. Which is, we turn off the music entirely. Skip, skip. And then I would expect this will suddenly be a bit smoother. Not rapidly. Well, actually maybe it is. You can feel the slowdown there though. It's not such a... Yeah. We need to fix that. High frame rate is off, which it should be. Do a bit more playing about. Yeah, as soon as we start getting sprites on screen, that starts getting a lot worse, but that's to be expected. That appears to have died. It's a bit mysterious. Assume I still got a log though. Oh, the log might have been a bit too large. That might have been what upset it. It's only 200k. I say it's only 200k. I guess we're doing that again then. I'll have to do it faster this time though. Oh, hello, new house. I was just talking about you a minute ago. I'm wondering if you were still here. It's getting there. I'm just looking at the performance on the 386 at the moment, but yes, I'm glad you've appeared though, because we were going to talk about sprites at some point, weren't we? And we can do that now if you like, or in a second. I've just tested this. Blah, 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 blah. It's going to go around in a circle here. Right. I've got text. Given direction set up a blender. So useful. Yeah, sure. I'll do that in a second. Let me just have a skip down here. Blah, 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 blah. That's about halfway. 13 milliseconds for the world, 4 for the enemies. Some explosions. Plays 2 HUDs, 5. That's probably not accurate. I mean, that says HUD cost 14, which is just silly. It might simply be the fact that I'm so used to it running at 60 frames a second that when it runs at 30 it feels weird. That might be all it is. Those numbers don't look dramatically wrong. I mean, there's some slightly mysterious frames every now and then, but it's not consistently poor. Draw a world of 20 there. That's a little bit strange. But then, again, swap taking 12, that makes no sense. It can't possibly take 12. Yeah, there's something a bit peculiar going on there. Okay, fine. Look at that another time. Will this stream be saved on the channel? Want to rewatch it? Yes. I mean, it'll be there for a week anyway. The VODs are up for a week. What I could do is... no, that's not going to work. I mean, I'll have a copy of it anyway. So, you know, we can do something with that. I can either send it to you and put it on YouTube or something like that. I mean, in theory, I've been planning to put all the VODs on YouTube at some point anyway. I just haven't got around to it. But yeah, it'll be saved. Right, code and Blender. Where's Blender? There's Blender. It has not appeared on stream. Why not? Oh, there it is. Okay. So yeah, I'm sort of slightly guessing which bits you don't know. So I'll just sort of go through how I've set it up here. So obviously you can see that's just a top-down camera, which if I... There we go, it detaches from the camera. So yeah, pretty obviously just a straight down camera. One thing I can't remember is whether it's... Where's the camera? There it is. Oh, it is a perspective. I thought it might be orthographic, but it's not. It's still perspective. And so then what I've done is... There's the body. So this is the animation frames. I mean, I've only got 8 directions here, but... yeah, there's your 8 frames of direction, of 8 directions, excuse me. And then rendering that out with output. There we go, 32 pixels square. And yeah, just setting the format to be ping rather than a movie. Oh, but then to get them in the directions to presumably you mean like how to make it sort of jump between those positions rather than animating smoothly, because obviously I've done that by setting a keyframe there and then setting a keyframe there of rotating 360 degrees, and then it's interpolated between them. I think actually that's probably to 180. In fact, let's check. That's the one. So yeah, it looks like I've put a keyframe in for 180 and then another one for 360 there. And then to make it so that it doesn't nicely interpolate between those keyframes, so that it jumps instead, that I imagine will be in the graph editor. Yeah. That readable. just about readable, which is just setting these, what do you call them, curve types, whoops, to, actually can't see where it's set. Well, it's going to be linear anyway, to make it jump between the points rather than lerping nicely. Is there a way that I can get it to tell me what it's set to? Because you would think it would highlight one of those, but it doesn't. I think it's constant interpolation, I think is how that works. Let's try it and find out. Take all of them, set them to constant, and does it change? Hello, come on menu, there we go. Constant. Oh no, that looks like it's changed. Yeah, that's not what we want. Okay, so that just sets it directly. So, oh I see, so I've just cheated by the fact that there's only 8 frames, and then it's set to linear. And I now, there we go. So the handle types are actually linear. So it moves the same amount every frame, and then it's limited by the fact there are only 8 frames. Well, actually 9 to get it back to the starting position. So yeah, I don't know if that helps much. Is that sort of what you were looking at? And then, I mean, the other part of it, there's a whole bunch of stuff then once that's exported, but that's kind of specific to my setup, really. It's kind of DOS-ish. Mine would be 16 frames, yeah. So you would so like we can even do that right now. We take the time lane here, and then this guy is on frame 9. Actually, we've got that middle one confusing things, but so 1 plus 4, that should go up to 9. That's not right. Oh no, it is right. That one goes up to 9, and then that guy goes forward another 4. Change that to be 16 frames, and then that may be correct already. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16. There you go. So yeah, so the key is just because by default, whenever you animate anything in Blender, it does the sensible thing and makes it nice and puts a curve between the keyframes. And the key is just to take that off again, to say, no, I don't want that. I just want linear interpolation. Don't slow down and speed up for me. I want it just linear. So yeah, that's any use to you. Where's my thing gone? Code. There it is. Doink. Only challenge next is to put in camera that spins around the unit, like it looks tilted down the unit. Oh, I think I know what you mean. So you mean like you just don't want it to be straight down. Is that what you mean? So like instead of that, you want it yeah. So actually can't remember how you do it in Blender. You can make, oh no, I can rotate it around the cursor, can't I think. I just rotate that there. Now that's just going to rotate on that point. Oh, I can set the pivot point up here then. That should be the 3D cursor. And then rotate on, which axis is that? Y. There we go. So something more like that. In fact, let's go back to the camera view and do that. I think the problem is it's a cylindrical object. It's kind of difficult to see. But yeah, something more like that angle, you mean, for a sort of RTS view. And then dum 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 like that. Oh, I'm not showing it on the screen. Sorry. I'm saying words and you can't see what I'm talking about. But yes, that's with the with the camera just at a slight angle there. And then that rotates around like that. It is showing now. Just trying to think if there's anything else worth talking about here. But you've got the question of how you sort of situate it on the terrain. So you'd probably want some sort of shadow, which, yeah, get away with the blob shadow for that, that'll be fine. Just drawing a little circular sprite underneath it or something like that. And that'll probably be fine. Anyway, that's perfect. Excellent. Glad to hear it. Right. So let's talking about frame times here. What hardware, fictional hardware, does this thing claim it's got? It's a 3 meg PC, because those were common. It's a 38633 with 16-bit ISA. Okay. I mean, that's not terrible, so it's all right. Okay. I think I'm just going to leave this alone for now. So I can't get a good feeling on how much that's slowing down. Again, I think that's another thing I'll probably look at off stream, because it's going to be a great deal of what's currently happening, i.e. me silently staring at words. Actually, there's still a whole bunch of things in the menus that are broken. I should probably fix those, really. That would be the neat thing to do, rather than leaving them half broken and going on to something else. All right, fine. Those are different bugs, so let them go up there. Everything else here. Well, those 3 at least. Now, there are other bugs as well that were vaguely in the same area. Menus don't redraw. The pause menu doesn't redraw. Doesn't fully draw. And then there was stuff in the options menu, wasn't there? Options. No, that's all right. Oh no, it was just when I was bringing up the options menu in the pause menu. Okay, no, that's fine then. All right. Where have the shadows gone? Oh, they're switched off, because shadows are switched off in low detail mode, which they no longer need to be. Well, that's a nice win. Front end. Front end. Where's front end gone? There it is. Detail. No, not that word, detail. Okay. Okay. So that'll bring the shadows back. What else do I want to do? Back to the other bugs, I think. Main list. So generally the pause menu is broken. I'm ditching that one. I just don't care about it. You don't need a back button. You can press escape. All keyboards have got an escape key. Yeah, so everything relates to the pause menu then. So we need to go into game and search for the word pause menu. About Space Cat. Oh, well, thank you for popping by, Amy Cat. It was a good chat earlier. Have a nice day or evening or whatever it is in your whatever time zone you're in. Have you noticed I can't finish sentences when I'm trying to code? It's like my brain can either be devoted to coding or speaking. I can't do both. Anyway. Case in point, I can't remember what I was doing. Pause menu, didn't find one. Right. No mention of a pause menu there. What about the word pause? Oh, hello. Pause menu. Where do you use this menu context? And again, if paused, do some guff. Draw. If paused, draw the background pattern. Ah, because you should all be set to force draw all. It's the next parameter, isn't it? I can't remember. Menu raw. Yes, oh, it's a Boolean. Okay, fine. V good. True. God, that'll be an easy fix if that's all I need to do. Wrong thing. Wait, curse you. CD out, CD in, update. Roll. We should get shadows now as well. I didn't check last time. Yep, shadows are back. And in-game menu, right. Fine, continue. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. That's not the right key. I am not going to get used to these new keys. What am I testing? The pause menu, which looks right to begin with. It is a little slow again now because it's double buffered. Actually, come to think of it, that's the worst case, because to draw that pause menu every frame, we're drawing the entire game, we're drawing that background effect over the top of the game, and then we're drawing the menu. So we are doing vastly too much drawing for that screen. But it's responsive enough, surprisingly. If a bit difficult to read. That went back to the wrong menu. Back to previous menu. Pause menu in all cases. Well, that's not right now, is it? I suspect the front end probably has better code for that. Front end. There it is. What was that called? Not you. You. Back to previous menu. That's a bit more sensible. Yeah. Okay. Fine. Don't do that. And curses. Here we go. Current menu is options. There is no play menu at this point. Go back to the main menu. What is this? Oh, that's right. Okay, now we can throw that away. We don't need that here. Which then makes me want to rewrite that as a ternary. Ah, also, what's this? That should be there. That should be there. Then turn around is that. Then you stop moving that cursor. Current new equals. Actually, that line's going to be horrible. Okay, it can stay as an if. Okay, so that'll take us back to the right menu there. What other menu bugs did we have? That's now done. That should now be fixed. Oh, and we've got that weird one with the highlight moving because the input isn't cleared. So, when do we first bring the menu up? G-paused. When do we set that? Paused. And again. And again and again. Well, who sets it to true, for the love of God? Somebody must turn the switch on. G-paused. What? Oh, is paused. That is in set game paused. Okay, fair enough. And who calls that? This guy. When you press escape. Okay. So before we do that, we also need to say reset all input. Then we want to quit that. Ugh, that didn't feel right, but okay. That's done. That needs saving. That needs rebuilding. Back to there. No, off. Put it back in. Update. So we are testing that we go back to the right submenu after we've been in the options in game, and that the highlight doesn't move up and down briefly when we bring the pause menu up. And I need to fix that. I'm going to write that down actually, because otherwise I'm going to forget it again. Dialog. It doesn't render left edge. It skipped. I think I know what that means. Right, back to the game. Options menu, sound, back out again. That's correct. Back out again. Resume, that's fine. If I hold the down button and press escape, that is all good. Okay. Those are both fixed. Lovely. Great. Commit all that. All right. Now that's a weird one. I've made it clear why that happens. Let's find out. Thing. Oh, it's not briefing, is it? It's dialogue. I forget briefing doesn't really do anything. dialogue. There it is. Now down here. Does the draw function even still get called? I'm not sure that it does. Okay, maybe it does. Okay, whether it's right, okay, that's fine. So we'd be in top box appearing state when we hit advance. All we do in that case is just claim to the state that a lot of time has passed. Yeah, you're going to skip that. Ugh. Hacks upon hacks. Really tempted to put an even worse hack in there. What would be a nicer way of dealing with this? Really, it would be having a state entry that causes that to happen. Which is not beyond the realms of possibility. Go to advance and then in state time, so then the state time, when we get to the draw, that's then going to call set state. Ah, okay, we've got a set state, so we can put it in there then. Okay. You need to know that value as well. Okay, this is slightly untidy, but it's not monstrous. Okay, so set state if the state is top box appearing. Wow, yeah, we don't do any of that anymore. Okay. It's basically going to be none of those things. What are we doing? 10 times clamp. Which way around does my clamp work? I can't remember. Slash misc. Clamp value max min. I mean value min max. So clamp state frames between 1 and that. So it'll be 1. 10 times 1, which is 10. Dialog box Y. But we only use that anyway. Okay, fine. We can just put that in there and throw that away. Throw that away. Throw that away. Throw that away. That's fine with me. Oh wow. There are weird little voice samples in the music. That freaked me out slightly. Minimize. Okay, so that's fine. There must be one for the bottom box as well, presumably. I don't remember, even though I only wrote this the other day. Skip. Where is it? Oh yeah, we can get rid of this now as well, because that is no longer happening. Frames, here we are. Yeah, there's some other guff happening there. Bottom bits appearing. No, don't do that. Copy it out. Back to a no, set state is what I meant. Set state. Yes. It is going to be 0. Now, which of these things do I not need? That's going to be 10. Analog box Y. So we can just, yeah, that's the same thing again. We can just copy that through and throw that away. Right size, right plus right size, all good. Okay. Back to the old draw. That one's fine. This one we need to tidy up. That can go. Right size. Okay, you do need all of those. Okay. Should log. That is going to call set state. Okay. So that should just work then. Oh, famous last words. Doi. A not unreasonable complaint. Okay. We just move set state then. I think draw box might not be used either. Either way, I'll put that in. Doi. Oh, no one cares about that. Come on, compiler. Use your imagination. In date. Well, skipping looked all right. What does it look like if we don't skip? Looks about right as well. Cool. Okay, that all looks fine. Nice easy fix. It's been in there since forever, and I can't figure out what's causing it. I've seen several people streaming this game, and they would get to the end of the level and it would say you killed 107% of the baddies. It's obviously adding them up wrong somewhere, but I've not been able to trace how it's done it. I think there's also still a debug print for that as well. Yes, there is. It's there. Strange that that one never is. Okay. Let's give that a go. Because this means I'm going to be playing. I'm actually going to upgrade. I'm going to give myself a little bit of Pentium fun here. Where's 86 box gone? Run the Pentium. Which is, of course, not on stream. The Pentium, which is a slightly weird size. Let's see what size it is once we're in game. Smaller. Guess we'll just scale that up in OBS. Yoink. Slightly strange that it doesn't fit, but okay. Right, let me just play some game. Let's play music. We can afford to turn the detail back on again now. And high frame rate. An abundance of riches. That's not the fireball. I saved that. Oh, there we go. It's alive again. That was weird. Ooh, that's crunchy. Yeah, there is something weird going on with the performance here, because that is having difficulty deciding whether it's running at 60 or 30 frames a second. It's fine now there are no enemies on the screen. Interesting. Yoink. And then suddenly it slows down. Oh. Problem is, I can't remember if this is just... Yikes, if this is just 86 box being weird. Which it might be. Well, because I don't want the distraction, we'll just run it in DOSBox for now. There we go. Where's it gone? There it is. That's not the fire button every time. Okay, fine. There we go. Anything? Nope. Curses. Is it something stupid like it just doesn't reset if you die? No, but then the number of enemies doesn't reset either. Why they respawn? Right. I'm fairly sure that was 100% killed. Maybe slightly less. It says 100%. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's not the fire button. What we're doing. He's facing the wrong way. It's interesting. I need to write that down. I don't know what level that is. Crikey. Sentry at left of some level. Face on left. And it should be right. That's still not the fire button. My goodness. And now I'm dead. Also, that diamond just flew across the world. That was a good bug. I'm not seeing that one before. Damn. All the left facing ones. Nothing. Super secret. Super secret. Super secret. I don't think anybody ever found that one. Oh, I don't have the red key. I don't have the blue key. Oh, the blue key's over there. Not there. It. Blue door, I mean, not the blue key. Cobblin. Get full by it every time. Yeah, bit of pipe left over. Dash. Give him a good. Cool. Still not over 100 though. What could possibly trigger that? It's based on that value, which is incremented there. Is it ever incremented anywhere else? No. So who calls this? You do? What prevents you being called twice? Well, that's central. Okay. That's reactive for it if we have 0. Let's go back to there again. What is that? That's check collisions and death. It's enemy active to false. So, I mean, we could check that on the way in. That would guarantee that it's not being called more than once. But it would be nice to know how it's being called more than once if it is. This is check collisions and death. Who calls that? Update on Spinny Cat does. Update homing Spinny Cat does as well. Update Saucer Cat does. Sentry doesn't though. So it looks like if blind player on enemy has 0 and die, Yeah, because if active is not, if active set to false, it's not going to get another update. So it would have to be, it would have to have two calls to kill in the same frame, in the same update, if this were the problem. That could lead to death, could it not? Enemies take damage, take damage. Where's take damage? It's there. Actually, no, not directly. Okay, so then it would wait for the next update. Which means projectiles rather than player. So you've been shot. Having a score at that point, which is moderately grisly, but okay. There's an else if there anyway, so you couldn't do that on the same update. I don't know. Maybe we just chuck a... Oops. It's annoying though, because I've never been able to repro this bug, so I kind of don't want to potentially fix it until I've been able to repro it. What's the route? Let's write some stuff down. What you shouting at, little cat? It's 3:20. It's nearly 2 hours until dinner time. So I think you may be a little bit early. Yes, you, furry face. Yes. Okay. Excuse me while I have another conversation with the cat. Right. So, kill is the function. I can't reach this pad because of this headphone cable being too short. Kill is ultimately the function that kills the enemy. Who calls it? It is called by check collisions and death. Check collisions and death. And update Sentry. So, update Sentry is just the Sentry's update function, so we know who calls that. Who calls check collisions in death? SourceCat does. And update SpinnyCat also does. Do SpinnyCats still exist? I don't think they do. I think I took SpinnyCats out quite a long time ago. Homing SpinnyCats are in. If a bit broken, they are in. I don't think SpinnyCats are though. But also homing SpinnyCat. Also. Update. Homing. Anybody else? SourceCat, that's back to the beginning. Okay, so you three, all called check collisions death. Shush you, shouty cat. Function actually do. Okay, that's giving you points if you get. Wow, that's really old code. Okay. Oh. Collide with cats. Does that even work? Does that do anything? I suppose technically it does. Okay, fine. So if it finishes a pain animation and it's got no health, then it gets killed. That doesn't seem reasonable, does it? Okay. And all Collide with Player does is take damage, possibly add score, which is a bit weird that we're doing it there, but point is, it doesn't kill the unit yet. So I really can't see this being double killed. Fine. I'll leave this in case. Interesting to see if it does pop up in the log. Okay, in fact, if it does happen, I'd like to know what kind of enemy is being double killed, which I think we can get from the data. We can. Make sure that builds. I'm still running Git. Well, oh, again, compiler, use your imagination. Oh, excuse me, big yawns. Right, it built, so nothing to test. Update to do. Check that in. Oh yeah. In fact, let's update that. Let's see if we can see what's causing that. And then I think I might leave it there for today. I'm getting quite tired. So, that should be a subtype issue because that's how we determine which way round they're facing. And from that, which render... Actually, no, the way they're facing is correct, but the render flags are wrong. So... that, I can't even remember where that code is, and again, I only did it the other day. In the dial elements, that's for sure. Let's look for word sentry. Boink. Okay, spawn it and we give it a facing direction so it's actually an enemy's there. There it is. Boop. Enemies spawn 30. Oh yeah, and there's a new initialization for that, I remember. There we go. Now, which way round are these animations? Right would be 0, down would be 1, left would be 2, so that should be flipped. Are they... You're not clearing it out though, are you? Yeah, that feels like it might just be an initialization problem. Okay. Now I'm just going to add that all we need? Not sure. Okay, so now we've got to find some turrets that should be facing right. Oh, like that one. Alright, I guess we'll play through and see if we can find any that are facing the wrong one. I think that bug's fixed, but let's make sure. Get off. Yikes, on the bombs. Where is these from? Okay, that may be it. What would be faster if I took that out? Ah, no, it wouldn't, because it depends what level you've played before. Yeah, you'd have to play more than one level. Okay, fine. Put that back where it was. Did I quit that? Curses, I did. Oh well, I guess we're playing 2 levels then. Oh, it's not on stream. This box. Let's do that again. This isn't the last level, is it? I can't remember what the last level looks like, so just to make sure, we will start from the beginning. Whatever. No. Right. Fine. Blah, 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 blah. We need some. Yes, there are turrets up to the right here that are supposed to be facing left. Check that they still are. They are. Check. Match. Yes. Yep. Will look fine. So I think that's fixed. Suppose I'll finish the level just to make sure. %. Do I think I killed 100% in that one? Probably. Right. Actually, it was this level explicitly that had the broken ones, so there's another bug. Oh, it's fixed itself. Fine. In which case, nobody saw anything. Well, fine. Yeah, was that going? It's fine. Okay, fine. I'm considering that all fixed. Main. Done. Alright, we'll check that in. All right, I think I am going to leave it there. So, thank you for hanging out today. It's been quite fun. When will I be doing this again? I'll probably be doing this again the latest next Wednesday. It seems to have worked out quite well. Doing. Oh, I've just noticed my Dora PingTuber has stopped animating. Don't know when that happened. Anyway, yes, it's worked out quite well to do dev streams on Wednesdays, so I'll definitely be doing another one next week. I'll probably be doing one before then, but I don't know when. So just randomly. Otherwise, I will be back on again tomorrow night, carrying on playing Eastshade. Just started playing yesterday for the second time, so that'll be very chill and fun. And then the opposite of chill and fun on Sunday, I'm going to be carrying on playing the Feeble Files. I don't know why I thought it would be a good idea to play that, but I've started now, so I'm going to finish. So yes, hopefully see you then. We should find somebody to raid. Somebody who's doing dev stuff. Load up Twitch. Josh, stop making noise, Twitch. Browse. Software and development. Oh, my mouse pointer is visible, even though it's on a different screen. Anyway, what have we got? Gosh, I don't know. I will randomly pick that one, I think. Okay, that'll work. Let me go back in there again and then hit that button temporarily. Let us do a raid on Z.A. Shaw. Oh, hang on. Oh, they've only gone on for half an hour. That's good. Because I have a tendency of raiding people when they're just about to finish. So I assume that's not the case. Raid Z.A. Shaw, that's spelled right. Okay, there's a raid going. Clunk. All right, so yes, back on tomorrow, then on Sunday, and then again on doing this again next Wednesday. So yeah, thanks for hanging out today, and maybe I'll see you another time. Ta-ta!